lied to us about everything, everything, everything's a lie. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. They lied to us about everything, everything, everything's a lie. It's all lies, it's all lies, it's all lies. They lied to us about the shape of Earth. We know it's flat, the Earth is fucking flat. It's flat, it's flat, it's flat. They lied to us about 9/11. There was no planes in that attack. That attack, that attack. It was attack on us, on us, on us, on us. Every single day. It's all lies, it's all lies, it's all fake, it's all lie, about everything, everything, everything's a lie. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. They lie to us about everything, everything, everything's a lie. It's all lies, it's all lies, it's all lies. They lie to us about the shape of Earth. We know it's flat. The Earth is fucking flat. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. They lie to us on the news every single day. It's all lies. It's all lies. It's all fake. It's all lies.
Hey there. Hi there. Ho there. How's it going, everyone? It's Friday night. You're about to watch the ceilingfanman production of the Friday night show. You just had to talk a little bit to get the Rockfin people up running. And now I'm hearing an echo on my thing here. There we go. And where's my camera? Here I are. Hey, everyone. So you're in for a treat tonight. It's written in the show notes there. And this is rose hips, mullein, and a bunch of other wonderful things that my wife makes me. So tonight's episode, which says it's originally had Jen and then her son, God bless it. He's in town and they're enjoying family night and birthday celebrations and stuff. So God love her. We'll talk to her maybe on another night, if not tonight. And then I heard from Steven and he's working late. So he will, try to be here. And then, of course, Shampoo actually never got the memo. And so he's going to try to see if he can be here. And, but hey, here's the thing. I can guarantee we're going to have a fun night tonight. I've got tabs for days. Levelhead is live here. So we get to talk to that band and they're fascinating. And we're going to have surprise guests because basically if anyone shows up, it'll be a surprise. Oh, where's my rim shot guy? They're not even set up yet. Otherwise, they'd do it here. So this is sort of the pre-party show for those of us that aren't tardy and got here on time. There's 35 beautiful people there watching, and I believe we have a few people over on Rockfish. Where are you? Let's see. Let me look over there. Actually, I think currently it's just me, but that's awesome. Okay, so let's see. Let me go back over here. And let's see, I'll type in, how do you do this? I know there's a private comment section. And, oh, here it is. And I'll just ask them to let me know when they're ready. I have to say it privately. Oh, in case they're not listening. Let me, typing wrong. Let us know when you are ready or something like that. I'm sure I misspelled a lot of that. It's hard to do and do a show at the same time, but hey, that's one of my gifts and a curse. For those of you who watch Monk or did back in the day, one of my favorite handlers. So how's everyone doing? Should we check it now? They're still doing their stuff. Okay. Well, the only reason I'm not starting the actual show with the intro is there's a surprise for you tonight. So I want the band to be here for it. So as soon as they're set up, we'll get going. Where's the joke? Oh, this entire show is a joke, Mason Melt. Where is it? That's the joke, right? The whole show. But we actually know. We know why. Where is the guy? We know why you're here.
I got nowhere else to go. I got nowhere else to go.
So there's that. Yeah. But there will be a joke. Let's see. Who's here? Let me scroll up here and say some hellos. Oh, and I see Joe. I watched you on Clown World Cousins. I think I got that right. So yeah, fun show. And happy Friday. Chris M is here. Nice. Okay. And Joy is here. And Child of the Most High and a dog named Boo. And Annette. And Jack of the Giant Slayer is here. And the man's name that I can hardly ever pronounce, Undoctin Ryan Nated, whatever. Good to see you, sir. Just to let you know, hey, if you want to check out early, since the show officially hasn't started, I had to work a lot on some other stuff. There's actually no video, but maybe Sarah will make an appearance. It's been raining a lot today, so she's been hanging out with me, but I'm working on the studio today. So what else we got here? We said Mason Melt, I believe, but there you are. Is anyone else? That's about everyone. What is this? Dennis is not your business. Nice. I like that. Faye is here. Hello. And okay, good. Hey, Ryan, don't run out yet before you leave. Here she is. She's making an appearance just for you. And if Melanie's here, I don't even know if she's here. Hi, Sarah. Get them all. Did you miss any of them? Get them all. All right. She doesn't really like being on camera. There she goes. Let's see. Who do we have here? Yes, you're not tardy. The band is. So I'm waiting to start the show. And thank you. It's my favorite way also right now. And but yes. And hi, Aaron. Good to see you. And there's 33. Oh, I made something for you. Finally, where is it? Where is it? See, I've already lost it.
Hey, get 33 here now!
So there's that. You imagine that on an auditor. I'm not even sure why he yelled that out. It's got to be some kind of weird Illuminati code. There's but Big Bear. I think I said it right that time. Good for me. Huzzah. Huzzah. Juan Torres is here looking for the Moai. Well, we haven't seen him in a while, but they're coming to a town near you. There's Ben from Australia. Are you up? We're upside down right now. That's fantastic. So do I sound different upside down? I wonder. That's interesting. And there's Zenwen. Nice. Another. Is that from Australia too? I'm not sure. But I have people from all over the world. It's fantastic. And there he is. Peace and love. We've got Thomas Gilbreth. Nice to meet you. Unless we've talked again, and then nice to see you again. Then we've got Martin Haley from Scotland. Oi, like that's as good as he get. And I can do Indian, but I don't know why. Let's see. And let's see. Maybe it's because well, no. Let's see. Who do we have here? Let's see. I think we got our. Oh, Steve Finneman's there. What's good? Family. That's good. God, that's good. Let's see. Got the studio speakers on, waiting for. I know we all are. It's okay. We'll check back. They're supposed to hear. I'll check the private chat. Oh, yes. Okay. I think we have we've rambled enough. So now let's see. How do we get back over here? I guess we'll officially start the show. So just mind wipe all this. None of it happened. Love you all, and we'll and let's see. Here we go. Let's see. We'll do that, and then let's see. Where is it? This one.
Crank up the music. Keep an eye on the back.
This presentation is provided to you to amuse or entertain and not to conform or inform. The content on this channel should not be used to replace professional, financial, medical, or legal advice. All footage taken and used from public sources falls under the Fair Use of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act of 1998. Therefore, no breach of privacy or copyright has been committed.
You know, when you look at this Mariner 9 satellite, it really does look like a ceiling fan.
Actually, now that you mentioned it, it is a ceiling fan.
Whoa.
A wise man once told me, if a woman changes clothes directly in front of you, she's either really into you or she thinks of you as a nice, safe friend in the friend zone, or you're too high in the tree for her to see you. Hello there.
Satellite tracking.
Awesome.
What do you guys think? What do you think? Yeah?
You can't see us, can you?
No, I can't. It's a pretty
We're caught-
mosaic,
We're
though.
caught in the matrix.
Oh no! Oh
There we
no!
are.
How you doing,
Oh,
everyone?
I
All
love
right,
it, dude. I love it.
isn't that great? And now remember, next time I'll change
No,
the audio again too on that, because the music always sounds better when I do that. But yeah, so for those of you that are new to the show, welcome. For those of you that have been here for a while, welcome back. And that was my original intro. And I had these gentlemen, these wonderful gentlemen, write it in their style and not only make it their own, but make it an anthem for my show. Hey, change is good for everyone. And I know there's people that probably will miss the old one but I love this one. Like I said, it's an anthem. You know, it reminded me of Christian, and at some point it reminded me of that, what's that Seven Nations song, you know, that Seven Nations Army or whatever, like dun, dun, you know how it's just got that beat, you know?
Yeah.
I just, and that swoop noise that you make, like I was able to put the thing going to the satellite, and I love it. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
whatever that is.
We had a lot of fun making it, man.
It was a blast. It was a blast.
It started with the original song, and we just kind of like started rocking out on the song, and you know,
Then I found the scale that the riff was in.
yeah, and we ended up just, you know, having fun with it and cranked it out, and yeah, dude, you did a great job with the video.
Like Bob Marley once said, overcome the devils with a little thing called love.
Well, all right. I was ready for that here.
That's very true.
Yeah, no, let's see. Am I muted? Where am I at? There I am. I can't hear me. I'm having issues with my mic now. Test. There he go. There he is. Okay, now I can hear me. Whew, that's weird. So, yeah, no, that was the cool thing. So it's like,
in my head all week.
I love it. And that's the thing. It's like, I just gave them the parameters, but they had to learn the song. I didn't even have the sheet music. It was a free track that I found.
No, it all, dude. It's a pretty simple song, and we just wanted to make the energy level like match what we thought the ceiling was at. Like ceiling fans up here, and we just wanted to bring that energy.
We wanted to give that ceiling fan feel to it too, because before the song didn't say nothing about ceiling fan.
The way we really personalized it for you is we got a tambourine going throughout the song.
Where is
and
I've got to
we
learn.
know that when we come on
I'm
out
gonna have
there,
to learn.
It's gonna be you're gonna be it's gonna be all you, dude. We're gonna rock it with you. And
Like I said, I'm gonna watch.
And we envisioned you like jamming that tambourine throughout the song, so that's why that part is in there. So
That's
It'll be easy. You
fantastic.
just gotta keep
And-
up your counting.
Right? And I said I was going to watch. I said I was going to watch like Partridge Family because I know that they did a lot of tambourine hitting on the hip and all that. But then who was it? Someone in the chat or somebody said Davy Jones of the Monkees. So I'll watch him and I'll learn from him, and I should be great by the time you get here. So.
Oh yeah. If you, also a little bit more obscure, but up in your part of the country is a band called Brian Jonestown Massacre, and they
That's the name of them.
Yeah, they are notorious. They have a documentary called Dig, and it's basically the falling apart of this band, and they erupted into like fights on stage between all the members, basically brawling with each other. But when they had their act together, they sounded really good. I think there was a little too much drugs going on in the scene. But they had this tambourine guy that was like the front man. Like he wasn't the singer, but he was just up on stage with a crazy hat playing a great tambourine. And
I mean, what's that one dude, Aerosmith, Steven Tyler? He didn't play anything. He's up front. So it can be done.
Definitely.
So
well, thanks for inviting us on your show tonight. And I'm glad we got to be here while you debuted the intro there. I love it.
It's perfect. It's and you guys forced me. Like I was at first I was like, oh man, I got to redo everything because I do in order to fit the song. But now I'll probably even change out some of the videos and put I did some new ones in there too. And then I thought that ending, I had shot that. I was trying to film that on the ferry, that shot down to the sweatshirt. And as I did it, the guy hit the whistle or the horn. So I thought it was a good way to end it.
I got to get you a closer clip too of me playing the guitar.
We talked about that.
I know I've been busy. I've been very busy.
I know. Now these guys have been doing amazing things, and I'm so thrilled, so happy, and I can't thank you enough. So if anybody's
in the process of doing live stuff and recording, but I think most people know that our ultimate goal is to take this show on the road and do meetups. Just be like the house band for meetups and going out and bring people together in different parts of the country. Backyards and things like that. And that's the main goal of the band is to have a presence in the community, good, fun, get-togethers, and we just love to rock for people,
We're gonna start doing our own. We already did one live stream, Levelhead. We're gonna do more Levelhead live from Boston live streams. On our own channel.
We've got other locations too. We got invited to Mars by Elon Musk, and so we're actually playing the surface of Mars. When is that?
I don't know. First they said 2015, then they said 2021.
He's got a slate for 2025 to do a show on the surface of Mars. He said, "You guys will look so real. You'll be no. He said you'll look so fake that you'll have to be real."
Boom, baby.
Boom, baby.
and I don't really believe him. I think that he's lying to us, and I think that when we get to 2025, he's going to push the goalpost up. But we'll see.
Well, they wouldn't do that, would they?
They always do.
Oh,
we penciled them in. I mean, it's definitely a movable date because we figured we didn't use any permanent. We just penciled them in for 2025. Elon Musk.
He said he told us that he was going to put Christian's van in space.
He said he wants
Wow.
his kid X3927 to be in the band, and so we're actually auditioning him or her. I don't even know if there is.
We don't know. We don't know what it is.
But we're actually auditioning the person in a short period of time for the band. That I think the kid is. The child is, what, like 10 now or something like that. But he thinks that by the time he's 18, he's going to be a good member for the band. So we just figured we'd audition her.
They
I
probably
see,
already
yeah.
have other plans for him. They probably already have it planned out.
Well,
what he's gonna do, but
I know.
the
I
thing
see.
is-
I do. Here's the thing I love about your band is that you're all accepting and open. I know you already have a robot drummer. Now you're going to get Elon Musk's child. We're not sure what pronoun they go by. And is there going to be
I think his name's
transhuman in the
Freedom.
band? Maybe
Freedom.
something like that. I don't know.
And what?
You got some transhumanism coming in. Like some half robot Borg person. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, we anticipate most of Levelhead will be AI by 2027.
Excellent. So will this show. So it'll be
Yeah.
perfect. It'll
Yeah.
link together.
We're
Yeah.
in the process of uploading Ray.
We're gonna hook me
Well-
up to the 6G somehow.
Well, as many shows as I've done, AI is basically going to take this show over pretty soon, I would assume. So there's that.
I'll have to call you to make sure it's really you,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
not an AI version of you on the screen.
All right. So having said all that, and just so people know that the sound is different with them because they're set up for a studio so they can play the music. So
Yeah, you gotta switch over to stereo sound when we play.
when you play, yeah. Right now, I think we're good. Let me look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on echo
We're
cancellation.
probably echoing because mine's echoing.
It's fine. It sounds good. So, okay, let's see. Where should we start? Yeah, because the show's all in flux, but that's cool. We'll figure it out together.
We'll just
So
swing
we're
it,
what's that?
swing it.
That's all I ever do. That's how this show's produced. Don't you know
On
that?
a wing and a prayer?
Yes, yes. We'll make it, I swear. Okay.
We'll be all right.
So I know where we can start. Let's go over here.
Bring it on,
Click.
dude. Bring on the sauce.
Let's see. Bring on the
We're ready.
sauce. All right. All right.
The ceiling sauce.
Hopefully we can handle the sauce. Okay, so let's see. I want to put this one here. Go there. So I'll move this over here. We'll talk about that later. Okay. So we can start here. All right. Where are you all? Let's see. That's the noise. That's the cool noise.
Whoa. Did you hear that?
All right. Yeah, I did.
Whoa. Yikes.
Okay.
Yikes.
Let's see. Clickety click. We'll go here. We'll go here. We'll go here. And let's see. We'll share. Okay.
What up, Bill Miller?
All right.
Melanie-
I think I'm
Melanie
sharing.
Milan, Ryan.
So this was interesting. There's a channel I watch now. It's called 0 Seconds Ago, and the clip speaks for itself. This is, and you know, Ray, because you're a First Amendment auditor. This is the situation we have going. The police, everyone, just so you know, in most cities get 6 months training. That's it. Sometimes maybe 9 months, but it takes a couple of years to be a hairdresser. And well, you can see what happens when you have very little training. Zoink. Did they get him out? No. Now, why he didn't just keep going, I'm not quite sure. And there's your tax dollars at work.
These people are insane, or they hate our country. I don't know which. Maybe
So there's that. There's that. Get him off my screen. We'll talk about him later. I did want to talk about something. I don't know if Finn is here, but there was a gentleman, Jay Surreal Camera. He's an auditor, and he just passed away because apparently he was given a pill that was laced with fentanyl, and it took his life. So they are collecting money for his family, but it's scary. There's a lot of that we don't know anymore what's being passed around or sold and stuff. I'll cover that a little bit tonight. That's in my tabs. But this one is really, this one's really disgusting. That there's a gentleman named the Armed Fisherman, and part of his First Amendment. This is on San Joaquin News Network, and part of his thing is he goes to fish, but he has like a rifle strapped to him because you're allowed to have that if you're hunting or fishing. And he's another way just to exercise his amendments and see what happened. And so they know who he is, which is amazing what they say here on the recorded body camera.
Duncan and I-75 for tag Ida.
Why don't you do this?
Lincoln 315.
I'm gonna go that way. Why don't you approach this way behind these trees, and then AJ can call him out to you guys, and you guys can with two people on cover, or maybe all three of us. What do you think? We'll both walk up there. Points that gun at me, I'm gonna shoot.
Okay, now for context, he does this all the time. The cops already say, one of them at least says they know who he is. They realize he's no threat. This is all he ever does, is just walk around exercising his amendments to have, right to bear arms and the right to free, movement and travel and not be, and all that, and to film and stuff. And they harass him. But this time, they're actually conspiring on killing him, or at least shooting him. And the video is just terrible. It's really disgusting. You can listen to the whole thing. I'll put it in the chat. But they discuss how he tells one officer to go back and get her rifle or whatever, but take her time because they know he's no threat. And then she gets upset, or he gets upset because she takes too long. And then they confront him with where is it? See if they can show it, with guns pointing at him. Oh, let's see. See? I mean, they've got everything on this guy. And the reason I wanted to bring this to your attention is they know who he is, but they're gung ho. They've played too many video games where there's no consequences, and so they're literally. You can listen here. I'll put it in the chat so that way you can find it. See, I think it's this one, and then here. And then you guys, I think, are over here. I'll throw that there. And that. They click. Then Rockfish, how you doing? They're. I know they. The reason they can't is they're set up for Redondo Rocket. They're set up for music. The original show was a whole bunch of people, and life happens, and that happens. But anyways, here we are. So yeah, this is just terrible. And but he literally, they know who he is. You can look through it here. It's just it's sad. And they talk to defund the police and all that. Okay, fine, but what are you guys doing to actually train the ones that are out on the street? Because they're literally walking around wanting to shoot people because they're bored. I don't know. It's just nuts. They know who he is. They know he's not a threat, and they're still conspiring to shoot him. And I just found this. This is on Reason TV.
Hey, CFM.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So
what happened?
You see a lot of the First Amendment audits and stuff like that, and they get pulled over or something like that. And, a lot of times people will just, refuse to provide their ID, in the process of the audit, they're asked for an ID, and they just flat out say no, unless I'm being charged with a crime or something like that, and I think that kind of alerts the cops at that moment that you're you're someone that kind of knows your rights, and all of a sudden you're in like a new category of stop.
Also, we noticed that whenever these we notice whenever these cops that are on these videos get it, they all have a sleeves tattoo now, and whenever they get on camera, they do some sort of pose like the hidden hand, where they do like a different gesture, like a certain way, like, or they'll rest their hands in their vest, some weird shit. So the other night I did a whole stream on Freemasonic hand gestures. And like I was showing all different ones. They have so many different ones and they all have a meaning. And that's the way that they communicate with each other.
Well, what I wanted to ask you, Ceiling Fan Man,
yes, sir,
that like if you got pulled over, do you like it takes a certain amount of moxie on the person to kind of like start demanding the rights, even though we know we have the rights. Most people would like just kind of cave to it and be like, okay, here's my ID, you know, let's just get this over with. Let me go through, you know. And it's like, you know, if you go down that path of just standing on your rights and you're going to be treated in a different way. And I have seen it go pretty harsh for people that all of a sudden that, you know, that they're going to be given a warning, but once the cop sees that they're filming, they all of a sudden turn into like, oh, I'm turning this into a ticket now. They go, you know, I've seen that happen. And, you know, it just, I would say that I want to do all of that stuff. When I see these things, I get pumped up about like, you know, what our rights really are. But then like, if I'm in a traffic stop, sometimes I'm just like, I just want to get this over with, like really fast, you know, and I just want to move on with my day. And so sometimes I end up like complying with these things. Like I haven't actually gone like face to face with a cop. I don't get into altercations, you know, like I don't get.
Well, you know, Christian, what I'd say is I agree with your statements there. So basically the way I see it is watching these First Amendment auditors, you have rights. But again, the police either don't know or don't care. And so what happens is when you're at that traffic stop or wherever you're at, when the cop comes up to you demanding things, that's when you have to make a choice. Like you say, if you just want to hand him your license and see if he'll send you on your way or give you the ticket and then you leave, that's a choice. But what I am finding is, let's say you're walking on the street and the cop comes up to you and says, hey, we've heard that you're walking around this area, so you look suspicious. Let me see your ID. Then you can definitely say, what crime have I committed? You know, and again, you can go as far as you want, but at the end of the day, they have all the weapons, they have all the law on their side, they're judge and jury at that moment. You could be completely right in refusing things, and you can even show them that if they arrest you for not showing ID, it's a secondary crime. They need to have RAS, reasonable articulate suspicion. I mean, I'm well versed in it. However, I also watch them arrest them constantly. They have to go to jail, they have to get bailed out, they have to go to court, and they go to court and they, quote, win, because it gets thrown out. Meanwhile, the cop has no recourse. And if you do something to a citizen to where they can turn around and sue them, well, it's the taxpayers that's paying for it. So they can continue to do their job poorly because there's no recourse. That's the issue. Whether you have rights, yes, it just depends on how far you want to go. Sorry, yeah, go ahead, Ray.
Civil rights audits is so important.
Yes,
because they're schooling the police, the new ones that are gonna be tyrants if they don't learn any better.
That's why they are so amazing.
They're getting training now on auditors, and they know to react differently than the way they've been acting. And
but that's a great thing. I've seen a lot of changes just in the last year because of auditors, things that have happened, and they deserve every money donate, whatever it takes that they get, because you know what? They put their butts on the line. They go to jail. They get
They have to go to court every day.
Yes.
You don't see them making videos. They're either at court or they're at the courthouse filling out paperwork or filing it up on. Every day they get in some sort of mess where they have to fill out complaint forms and all this request of Freedom of Information Act and all these different requests they have to put in, and then they have to follow up on that.
Yeah.
And
Well, and then try to trip them up too.
Case, and then they get arrested, and then they have to deal with that. And it's like they're constantly like, it's a very stressful thing.
Yeah. And they trip him up too. I was watching Direct D, he had court dates, and they threw an extra one in there. He didn't tell him, and he happened to keep up on it. So yeah. And then your friend Mass Accountability, I was watching him trying to talk at some city council meeting. They kept shutting him up. Like, yeah.
I've seen that in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a case against Naples. That's what that whole thing's about. If you watch all the videos he has about Naples, Florida, on mass accountability, you'll see that it's a big deal.
Yeah, it is. And see, but it's an uphill battle because you're fighting them on their territory because he's going up against the system that's trying to knock us down. Yeah. So
he's doing something. He's smart though. I'm pretty sure he's gonna win whatever it is. Beat them. They seem pretty dumb. If you look at their town hall when he went in there, they don't even have like a barrier like blocking the town hall from the offices, so like people can just walk right into the offices. And it's not like a normal town hall. It was all messed up. It was all muffed up.
Hey,
all right. So, yes.
Do you ever watch boat dockings?
We watch boat dockings.
Have
Boats
you seen like
docking.
like Miami Docks or Credit Card Captain? Anything like that?
No.
See those?
No.
Oh, you would love
Are they
so
fun?
they go to these public launches where you can launch your boat, right? And they watch people go in and out, and they kind of make comments on it, like it's a dog show or something like that, where they
Oh my
kind
God,
of go,
that's
well,
funny.
oh, this guy's coming in a little hot, and then all of a sudden mayhem breaks out, and he's trying to get the boat like coiled up and then onto the dock, and someone falls in, and he's like, wow, this is an approach I'd never take. Like they're just like commenting on the boats going in and out. And there's some crazy stuff, dude. One of them, there was like an altercation at the dock, like who was there first, and they got into a fight, and one guy was going in to pull out his gun and everything like that. This guy got it all like on the
guy's
video.
he's like a sports announcer, like he's watching a baseball game, and he's like, all right, you see this guy walking up right here, here he is, he's doing this wrong.
All right, I'll look
makes
into
all these
it.
like funny jokes, like it's hilarious.
I've been turned on recently by Melanie to cart narcs. That's funny. Guy goes around and yells at. Oh, I showed it on a show like a week or so ago. That it's a guy goes around in the shopping mall or in a parking lot, and if you don't take your cart back to the place, then he goes and he comes over and he yells at you and tells you need to move, put it back, and oh my God, there's crazy. People lose their minds. And rather than like the 2 minutes, literally sometimes the cart rack's like right there, and the 2 minutes, 1 minute would take to take it. They'll spend half an hour yelling at him, chasing him around the parking lot. It's madness. It's good TV, good times. Let's see. Hey Ray, you brought up this, so let me go back into this and see. For people that aren't aware, what do I have for you? Let's see. Clickety click, go over here, go over here, go over here. I think it's this one. Boom. I think that worked. So, there's election coming up, I'm sure. And this guy's not going away. You don't have as fun as a character that Trump was. They're not getting rid of him. So he'll be back, but it doesn't matter. And what is it? European Trump. He's coming back too. I think Boris is trying to run again. So, same thing over there. But if this picture is hard to like decipher, because there's some people that think Trump is going to be the savior, and I don't, because I read the Bible and no man will save us, only God and Jesus. But how about this? You could look at it this way, if that makes it easier to see what we're talking about. It's the same thing. And they had this parade. I think it was over. Was this last year? I forget what country it was in. And so here you go, coming in with all kinds of symbolism. And then you got to have that. Yeah. Yeah.
You told me about it, man. Like, before I could
No, Ray, you don't want to be in this parade.
No, you don't want to be in this parade. And
Ray is easily persuaded into any marching group of people. Like,
I like
go
it.
By, it could be a parade, it could be a protest, but Ray just gets sucked right in. And he's
that's
why
why
we fucking protested.
Christian, that's why he and my wife get along so well, because anything, if she sees anybody protesting, she's like, let's go. And then we just walk along to see what it's up, And we were,
it reminds me of a funny story. I in college, I was watching a speaker. It was Maya Angelou. You know her?
Yeah. Well, I don't know her personally, but I know of her.
Yeah. So she was speaking, right? And my buddy had a rough night the night before, and we're in this hot auditorium, and he falls asleep next to me in this Maya Angelou speech. And at one point, she made a statement about women taking their power back or something like that. And all the women start applauding in the audience, and my buddy just wakes up out of nowhere, and he's like starts applauding and looking around. He's like, "What are we applauding?"
That's fantastic.
Yeah, no idea.
But the community that I grew up in these last few years, they're the ones that I learned all of this stuff from. All the big heavy hitters that you all know their names.
Me too.
They're the ones that taught me to look for these things. And then, of course, God says it too. He says we need to watch for signs and symbols. He talks about it too. We're supposed to keep an eye out for this. And if we see it, we're supposed to, use our discernment and be cautious. And if you don't believe that the Freemasons are still running everything, just look on your dollar bill. It's always been there. It's right there in front of us. There's stuff going on in here. And there's, let's see, one of these sides, I think there's a little owl right up here and Moloch symbol. And, and then there you could look in, you can see lizard skin in here. It's all kinds of.
Let's face it, the whole thing is pretty creepy.
You can trace Graham's face out of the back on where the eagle is. The being that Aleister Crowley used to summon.
Really? Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, you could.
One side has a Jewish star on the top of the star, or
right here,
the Star of David, or the Satan star. If you circle the M, the A, the S, the O, and the N out of the Latin that's around it, it draws a straight line across, and it makes the Star of Remframe, I guess.
Well, yeah, it's on this. I have that.
The little top of the pyramid is right in the top of the star. It fits perfectly. And on the other side, you can trace a little eyes, and you trace around the eagle, and it makes it like a face that looks like an alien. And that thing on the top of his head right there is the top of his head, and that makes a Satan star too.
Yes, I've seen that one. Yeah.
So the whole thing is like, I don't know, what would you call that? Like the things they use for summoning demons?
Yeah, like a sigil almost.
Sigils.
Yeah. Because when you think about it, if when they hijack this, the Federal Reserve, all this is it's a piece of paper, it's a piece of garbage. There's notes for debts. There's no value to this. It's not on the gold anymore. It's nothing. And some of the new ones, they're not even signed. I think they're just printed, which is weird too. But if you guys don't think that
quotes from
this is the Queen, this is the Queen's funeral, by the way. Just what was that?
Oh yeah, that looks creepy.
Yeah. Yeah. Why would they do that?
Woodrow Wilson, I heard some recent quotes from him about secret societies, and he seemed to be warning us and of the power, and I think he copped to the fact that he's upset about kind of the way things turned out in his administration and stuff like that. But he definitely did a lot of crap to this country, like bringing in the Federal Reserve in the dead of night, when no one could vote on it or anything like that. And at the end of his tenure, it seems like he really kind of fessed up to the fact that there's a big force that is above any president that serves, and that is like the group that calls the shots. And the Lyndon Johnson kind of fessed to his wife at the time, I forget her name, Candy or something like that, down in Texas. And he kind of turned into this raging alcoholic, right? Lyndon Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
And he used to talk, about stuff when he got drunk. And, she heard him talk about, the Kennedy assassination. And he was going on and on about the people that were controlling him, like he basically, had no say in it, is what he's saying. He doesn't talk about like what happened on the day, but he's basically saying like, the whole thing was pulled off by a group much bigger than me.
Yeah.
I just want to do what I'm told.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that they allow him to say those things, like with Buzz Aldrin and all this stuff he's saying and whatever now. But the whole idea, I believe, pretty much anything I would think from a governor up. They're anointed and put in there because, or appointed, I guess, because there's no way. If you're talking about, like you were just saying, a secret society that's, you know, been running things for who knows how many decades and whatever centuries. Why would they allow peons like us to accidentally vote someone out and change their plan? This never happened. It'll never happen.
They have to sign a blood oath. They have to sign their name in blood just to get in. Blood in, blood out.
And they took this over. This originally, the idea behind the Masons, I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there, but the people that are actually in it now that don't know what's going on behind the scenes, they do it to help out, like Rotary and stuff, to help out the communities and stuff. And I know a lot of people that were Masons that did good things and had no idea about the nonsense that goes on, that was taken over by these cults, these Satanists, whatever. And they used it to their advantage because they already had all the secret symbols and signs and stuff. And then they just turned it into their, you know, their own thing. And you can look back, and this goes back, like you were saying, right at the beginning of time. The follow ones, I believe, are the ones that gave them this knowledge and the secret society. And just so you know, anybody that, you know, if you haven't seen this yet, I'm going to keep pushing it home. You'll never see me do this sign that a lot of people do. I will never do it, because what does it mean? It means you're a first stage initiation of becoming a Freemason. That's what it means. Why are we doing this symbol when we know full well what it means? So, I mean, why not do the cover your eye thing too, and the 666? Why not do them all? Why just stop at this one? So, and then when you look at these charts, like for instance, what you were saying, Ray, here's, you've got your pentagram, of course, but this is what they tell people is the Star of David, and it symbolizes Israel, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It's the Star of Remphan. God calls it out and says, in those days, there'll be people that'll pretend to be God's people, and they're not. They call themselves Jews, and they're not. And they don't even know it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
The Jewish people that wear the Star of David around their neck, like I used to have a 4th grade teacher.
Yeah.
She wore one. Like, do they just don't know what
they don't know? Of course not. I didn't know. Well, I mean, I didn't know any of this stuff until just a few years ago, before God opened my eyes.
It is the same exact star, though, right?
Yeah, it's right there.
There's nothing different about it.
No, see, it's that right there. David didn't have a star. That's a whole story that was made up so they can introduce this into our culture. See, that's the thing. They're rewriting history right in front of our eyes, and we don't even know it. You know, everything's gone on the computers. It's all AI technology. You can change Wikipedia in your bedroom. You know what I mean? So AI is changing stories, deleting the things, whatever. People aren't going to libraries anymore and getting actual real books. It's turning into everything's digital.
They closed down the libraries for a little while.
Yeah.
So who knows what they changed? I went back and there's all new books now, like brand new books. Like they got rid of all the old books. So
yeah,
they said they were all dirty.
Right.
There are some differences between those stars, you know.
Well, no, this one on the left is a pentagram. This one is the 6 triangle one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is the same as the Star of David, this 6-pointed star. But it's not. You go look it up. It's the Star of Remphan, which is another name for Moloch, which is the god that you sacrifice your children to, like in, say, abortions. And then it's basically just one more name for Satan. There's so many.
It's just incredible. You know, we were looking at this it was like propaganda back in the 30s for tuberculosis. And it was like films that they put on you know, like video format and disseminated to show to people that, you know, and they would like zoom in on the tuberculosis, and all of a sudden they'd show you like drawings and animations of like, you know, little things squirming around and going through the body and everything. And it's like all just drawings.
It was like a cartoon. Like
we were talking about like back.
I've always said be leery of cartoons, because that's what's taken down this world.
I'll send you the link, Sam, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy though, like how they, you know, entrap us with these pieces that, you know, they've been doing it for so long now. They show us these scary things on video, and basically they've got us all, wrapped into this kind of complete matrix of
He couldn't even
medical
watch it.
misinformation.
He couldn't
and
even watch it. Like halfway through, he was like, "Shut this off."
yeah, it was so sad to
Yeah.
think that people fell for this, and it's so sad to think that we were, pounding our chest about who we were in the world. We're free and everything like that. Yet they're throwing on this medical disinformation to steer a whole bunch of people into like lifelong inhabitants at a tuberculosis camp. And who knows who they were throwing into these camps.
Well,
you
I mean,
know?
we're looking at history repeating itself. So whatever's happening. Well, so whatever's happening now, I look like we're repeating history. Since we've forgotten it, we'll repeat it. Isn't that what they used to always tell us? So now we're in another situation to where they wanted a bunch of people to take a certain medicine against their will or get fired. And then they found out after they all took it, a lot of people are having reactions. It didn't help people from continually getting the disease that they were trying to prevent them from or transmitting it. So basically, the only reason to get it now would be to protect yourself. So now we go back to my body, my choice. So that entire last 2 years, it's kind of like the Afghanistan war. It was for nothing, I guess. And so what I think, since Satan's the author of confusion, that now they just make it everyone's personal decision to keep us divided and fighting each other over and over. Because who's going to be the lepers or the unclean at this next stage in history? And it's going to be all of those that refuse to take that medicine, and they're going to be ostracized and wiped out, or not wiped out, but set away. Like, you'll either have to live on your own. I mean, maybe, I don't know, but this is what they're pushing. Because if you don't go along with their system and do every single thing they tell you, what if they tell you that in order to survive in their system, you need to take their new pill every day or every 4 hours? I mean, it could go anywhere they want it to at this point. And so, I don't know where we got way off. Am I still screen sharing? Yeah. But yeah, so then I can hear you. No, you're good. Yeah, you're good. But so like, for instance, so I got into flat earth. That's one of the things that I woke up to. Okay, well, the reason I got into it is because I found out that NASA was lying to me. And the easiest place to do that is to find flat earth, and all the big suspects everybody watches. That's where I watch too. And I came across this map, and everyone saw it, and I was like, I looked into it. So where did this come from? Well, it turns out this guy, first of all, good luck finding any other photo, drawing, picture of this guy. There's one and only. This is it. It could be anything. It could be a child's drawing from grade school, but his name was Professor Orlando Ferguson, and he drew this map, and it's not even a circular square flat earth. It's a square earth. And so why is this map even important? Because he drew it and no one gave a crap about it for like thousands of years, until I think it was maybe 10 years ago. One of the National Archives, I think, bought it, and suddenly it was out there. And I believe, just like they kind of throw a Mandela effect to make us sound ridiculous, and then they do all kinds of weird movies and stuff about Mandela effect, how stupid it is. I hate the name that was thrown on it. And flat earth is another one. I don't know we live on a flat earth. Here's what I know. I live on Bible earth, and that says it's circular. It's stationary. There's a firmament above us, and there's shale or something below us. So, yes, sir.
What do you think about the term geocentrist instead?
Yeah, I looked in those too, but no, those are weird. They take like the ball earth and then do some weird stuff with it. So I'm not big on that either. I'm going to stick with what God tells me in the Bible. That's how my show goes and how I feel. So, but yeah, see, these are all different maps. And you know where I got all of these maps? I got all of these maps on the Flat Earth Society, which I was told when I first got into Flat Earth that they were controlled opposition and we shouldn't listen to them. And yet here's their old map and here's their current map. And this is on their website. You can still find it. So to me, I don't think any of these are right, because I think this is all a psyop. I don't remember seeing anywhere that God says There's an ice wall. You look for it, show it to me, put it in the comments, wherever you can. He talks about ice falling from the sky and different things, but he doesn't say we're surrounded by ice. But who has this map? The UN. So if they've lied to us about everything, including the place that we live on, and we wake up to it, then why do we listen to them when they tell us it looks like this? Why are we believing this if we're not believing anything else? Like, the way that we can pick and choose what we want to believe from our government is fascinating to me. I talked to someone the other day that they went along with everything the government told them. They put the stuff on their face and they took the stuff in their arm and they did everything that they were told. And then I saw this person not too long recently, and they still had the thing on their face. And I said, hey, didn't you hear the president and everybody said you don't need to? And the response was, I don't trust them. And so, like, where do you go with this? You trusted them the first time, but now you don't. And yet you still can't see that they might have lied to you the first time. And the same thing here. Why would I trust the UN flag as the place that I live? I don't trust it. No. So the things that I'm being, yes, sir, I'll go back. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we do have pictures, and I guess you might be questioning the source of these pictures, but
correct.
We do have pictures of what they say is Antarctica, right?
Yes.
Big towering ice, and you know,
I've seen a few videos.
holding
Yes.
in.
I will.
Now, you know, we do believe that the water remains level as far as you can go. Like, you know, we don't know
Yes.
exactly if it ever bends, you know, but like a large container, if you know, from what we can see, continues to have a flat surface, but that body of water has to be contained somehow. And I don't think people are necessarily saying that like God
Right.
made the ice walls, because he doesn't say that that's what he did. But he does say, I separated the waters from the waters.
Correct.
And part of that might be a mechanical structure with the firmament that like comes down. And if you think about it, though, we do see the sun revolving above us in a circular pattern. And it goes in and out in a year from the center to the far, you know, outside of its path. And if you think about it, the sun is melting whatever it passes over. In the course of the year, the sun goes through its cycle in tight by the North Pole, then it kind of goes on out, and it's spinning around like that, and it comes back to us. So we could imagine that the way the sun works is it melts away you know, the water from the ice, and what remains is the ice that is like holding it in. So it's not biblical, so to speak, but if you put a dome over something and you put a light inside of it and you put ice at the bottom and you keep that sun moving around at the extreme of the sun's path, when it's furthest from the North Pole, it's going to have a certain reach where it's going to melt everything around it. And if we believe it's going around in the circle, it's not hard for me to imagine that we're in like a big thing of ice that's been melted by the sun as it goes through its path. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's a lot of, I mean, obviously nothing will ever be able to prove any of this. I see what you're saying 100%. There, wherever the dome is, there's going to be something. I get that. I just believe that there's other places that, besides what's on that map, livable places that we're not allowed to go to. And because there are things you've seen outside the ice wall. And when you talk about the ice wall, I thought, well, how did I even really first hear about that? And then I found it. It was here. I was Mark Sargent. And I watched him talk about this Admiral Byrd discovery. Let's see where he goes around to he's the one that does the whole North Pole thing.
Yeah.
Where is it?
And I think there are a lot of people that are wondering about whether, like, I mean, of course he's an admiral, so like, what can we trust from what this guy's saying, right?
Well, that's the whole idea. Like, he is you know, he's a general, he's a Freemason, all this stuff, and he goes on live TV, and where is it? They allow him to just say all this stuff. Obviously, he's allowed to be on here and say these things. So I don't know what's real
almost
anymore.
Like
you know,
Trump was a you know, like he was the one that kind of like made it through the system. You know,
right?
being,
right.
Yeah.
I've heard about JFK. I've heard about Trump. We keep hearing about it. You know, the heroes.
Just wild cards that ended up in the seat.
Yeah. How they're allowed to do that. Yeah.
Not going to happen.
So
yeah,
you know,
I mean, so he talks about flying into Earth. You know, like the you know, areas that were hollow or something like that, that you can kind of fly into the Earth and turn your plane around. It's big enough to turn your plane around. All just kind of like cosmic stuff, you know?
Yeah. And he talked about endless resources and all these things that we talk about. And yeah, sure, maybe he's allowed to say those things because most of the public don't believe him. The rest don't even care. And those of us that are like, hey, did you hear what he said? You know, it's kind of a big joke, maybe. I don't know. But it just seems weird that he's allowed to talk about all these things. And I don't know. And that's what I believe. I mean, what is that one dude? I never got into him, Alex Jones. He's big in the news right now. He was before I got in all this, and he always kind of bothered me, his voice, but he's the one that first filmed them. Was it Bradley? No, where did he film them doing the statue with Moloch and doing that? I can't think of the name of the place, but
Grove.
Thank you. He miraculously gets into one of them, like the more security than Fort Knox, but he gets there with his little video camera and he can film this whole ceremony and post it. I mean, come on. So they're allowed to give us some information, but then keep us with other things. And see, I agree with this. I don't trust any of it. So, but yeah. And who's to say what's out there? Like I said, I think maybe they're allowed to tell us some truths. But then when they're going to trap us in some way, and that's why I believe my channel, I've taken it to where it is, because I talk about, I think our salvation comes from God. No man's going to be here to save us. He tells us that. And so let me go back into this.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that there's an Antarctic treaty?
Yes. But again, all the countries work together. There's someone above that, a shadow government above all that, because it's provable that every country in the world, including the ones that hate each other, they all went 100% for the last 2 years, did whatever every other country did for the sake of the planet, right? So all the leaders, even the ones that tell us that they want to kill us and they don't want to listen to anything we say, they did it. Every country in the world did it. Even the Aboriginals, they forced it on them. I mean, come on. It's there's someone above it, and
it's government deception. It's a magic trick, and all the space agencies are in on it
all over the world. So these are the things that I'm told not to investigate, and I thought I'd write a list. So when I'm told that it's a waste of time to check in the melted buildings, the moon map, the Bible Earth with the firmament, jet fuel, tattoos, Freemasons, stars that are being told that my camera's out of focus, the Bible, and Jesus. Okay, well, I'm not sure what kind of truther that show is, but that's not this one. I'll look for truth everywhere it is, because there isn't just my truth. There isn't your truth. There's one truth, and it shows itself. This is the apocalypse, everything showing itself. So look into these things. And if they tell you not to look in something, look into it twice as hard, because there's a reason, I believe. So having said
that's what I was thinking about the Antarctica treaty. You know, like, if they are guarding Antarctica militarily, then, you know, there is a reason that, you know, that it's off limits. They're hiding stuff from us. And the thing is, as long as that's in place, I don't know what we would ever be able to trust in terms of, like, unless we started up opening the flights and people could go and explore the realm, you know, at their leisure, you know, no one's going to really be able to trust anything. Even if they said some flat earth group, you know, had shot a guy from a cannon and he's like on his way to, you know, he's going to pull out a balloon and then he's going to travel to Antarctica after, you know, all this stuff is going to come at us where we're going to kind of say, like, what pictures can we trust about anything, right?
Yeah. No, that's where
It's like we're gonna be like, what are we on? You know what I mean?
yeah. And they're getting better at the fakery now. Obviously, we're seeing it. So yeah, it's really hard to trust any pictures now unless you've taken them yourself. And
Or
yeah, it's pretty.
you know, from a source that you trust.
Even all the
Yeah.
etchings and sketchings and drawings, I don't like in the mud flood research that I come across. I don't even know if I trust them.
Right. Yeah. All right. I'll tell you what. You guys want to do a song? Feel like
Yeah,
one?
sure.
Okay. At your choice. Let me change the audio settings. For your listening pleasure, we're going to get to hear Levelhead. And for those of you that think this is a joke, this is a band. Where are they? This is a band. This is going somewhere. They won't need me. They won't need any of us. But it'll be nice that we can come along and watch the ride. But this is a band, and you guys, you watch out for Levelhead because they're coming to a town near you. So
We are.
having what?
We are. We're coming everywhere. We're going all over the place.
Flat Yard Barbecue.
Flat Yard Barbecue. And we're going.
That's very true.
All right. So for your listening pleasure, I've changed the audio settings. Here they are. Levelhead.
Does it sound all right?
Yeah, I'm liking it.
Does it sound loud enough?
What about the chat? What do you guys think? Put on some headphones.
Let's see. What's the chat thing?
Seriously.
I'm sure they love it. Here you go. Full screen, boys. Let's see.
You know, we talk about a lot of things and what we trust and what we don't trust as far as the data about the place that we live on. It's up to us to figure out what rings true and ask those questions. What are we on?
Sure, I could be great big curve of earth at the horizon. Then one day I saw a boat disappear, that magically reappeared just by zooming with my camera. I was blown away, cause what I learned in school, 8 inches per mile squared was the rule. I was feeling, I felt a little bewildered, cause when I put that formula to the test, could see way farther than the science suggests. Now I'm wondering, what are we on? I said, hey, what are we on? And I tried, oh my Lord, do I try? I try all the time, this institution, and I pray. Oh my Lord, do I pray a day for revolution. And I say, I said, hey, what are we on? I said, hey, what are we on? horizon. Then one day I saw a boat disappear, then next day reappeared just my little man. With my camera, I was going away, cause we're burning to the latest 2 miles square. Was a road out I felt a little bewildered. Then I put that formula to the test. I can see the way it falls in the science suggests. Now I'm wondering what went wrong with you. I said, hey, 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 what are you? I said, hey, what are you? 45 years, I thought for sure that I could see a great big curve of earth at the horizon.
Wow. Where am I? Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where are you guys? Let me get out of this back to here. There you are. Oh, and you got to change your graphic next time. It just says Boston, right? Or add you somehow. But yes, that was awesome. You guys, that's fantastic.
Did you like it?
I loved it. And the whole chat loved it. It looks like even the Tinder bots loved it. So yes, this is what it sounds like. It sounds
Someone's
like
head was bobbing.
someone's head's bobbing. Yeah, what do we got here? Let's see. That was great. We got applause. Oh, I have applause.
Nice.
I like my applause for Levelhead.
Levelhead! Levelhead!
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sarah May loves it. That's fantastic. Well done, says Billingtano. Let's see. Who else did we miss? Let's see. My head was bobbing. It says Jennifer Flores. And take us to the bridge. Yeah, they did, didn't they? They took us there and back. So yeah, we're having a lot of fun here. Everyone seems to enjoy it.
We only hear you out of one speaker. I don't know if there's the setting, the music setting.
Yeah, you know what? I forgot to do that. Okay, clickety click. There we go.
Was it coming out of just one speaker to the audience? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm not there. I'm here. But yeah, I think we're doing good. Oh, look.
This out of 2 speakers.
How does the?
Yeah, I hear it.
Okay.
I hear it. And there's a chance, where'd it go? That we might see Steven later. So that's cool.
Nice.
Good to see you, Steve. Yeah. God bless you. So, and Bill Miller liked it. And Samsonite says yes. And Melanie is Miss Obvious. We already know. And Ronnie says everybody loves him.
Nice.
Fantastic. All right. Where was we? Okay.
I hope you guys feel that like you can feel how much we like playing these songs. We just a lot of times it's just like fellowship, just getting together and jamming and stuff like that.
I think it's putting like 10 years on Christian's age, just trying to seriously.
Trying to get you in line. Is that it?
He's aging faster.
I'm definitely gonna need some relativity, and maybe I have to go faster than the speed of light in order to get back my years that I've been.
Yeah,
I think you have to drive 88, not get pulled over. From what I understand.
I think once we make it to Flat Earth Farms, he'll be fine.
Okay, yeah, I hear that a lot of people get fined when you make
it. To make it across the country, playing backyards so that we get to California and Flat Earth Farms.
Now you sound like it's a Cheech and Chong movie.
Oh, it is.
No, it's a total.
It is, and it's going to all be documented. Like that's the stream right there, right?
It's like a Cheech and Chong movie, a Grateful Dead tour, in Pink Floyd all rolled in one.
You get it, Ceiling Fan Man.
I
You
do.
told me the other day you get it, right?
I do. Yeah. In fact, I was
don't know
looking
how many
for.
people in the chat get it, but we're just going to keep playing.
We're just gonna keep doing our thing. We're gonna keep surprising you.
I get it because here.
We're on a mission from God.
Yeah, we are.
Yes, we're getting the band together. Fantastic.
Band back together.
That's right. That's right.
Indoctrinated.
All right, so let's see. Okay, so here's something, Ray, that you've covered. We can go over this. Maybe Steve will be here. We'll see. He's I'll keep an eye out for him.
Josh Child gets it.
Yes, excellent. Well, I know there's a lot of people that are getting it. Definitely. So here's what we have here. We have a story, and Ray's covered this, and other people have too, I'm sure, that pretty much in every major city, they burnt to the ground. I think, was it in California, a cow kicked a lantern over and burned down Frisco, and in where Steve is in Springfield, it was a monkey that basically did the same thing. And I think out here in Seattle, it was like a homeless person. It's the same story. And somehow cement and everything just burns to the ground. It's untouchable. Or that's complete horseshit. So
that's very true.
Thank you. And anytime you feel like the need to go one of those, what does that go? Boom, or those weird things that the band does. I'd love that. Yeah, rim shots or guitar. I don't know. You figure it out.
Sometimes Freddie Vox is sleeping on the job over here. And we just got.
And so is Ray. Where's he?
Ray is
right. Wake him up. Yeah. Damage control over there. Okay. So so they give us these things that underground. There's all these cities, and I guess it was just too expensive after the fires to build. I mean, this one I believe was it even Seattle is an old picture, and I mean this just goes on forever. And when I went there with Jen and Mrs. CFM and Aaron, and we went down and we were trying to get to the the hidden underground tour, but they wanted you to put on one of those things in your face to go outside underground. I don't know. We didn't do it, but there's an entire most cities throughout the world. A lot of them have these whole underground cities and tunnels and stuff that have been there forever. And it seems like most of these pictures, we're digging them out and finding that the building is way deeper than we're just looking at the tops of things, And this one's a curious one because it actually was dug out at one point, but now when you look at it, the street's been put in, and this is now ground level. And you can even see like nobody builds like this. So whatever's been going on, it's happened maybe more than once, many years ago, and it's all being covered up. And so when you go into pictures like this, I guess I'll start with here. Let me get out of this for a second. How do we stop this? Let me go over here. I want to get to a different picture. So, where is it? Okay, we'll go here. Clickety click. Share screen.
Those fires, they had like crazy stories too, like the way they started. Like every single one.
Yeah.
If you read the story, it's ridiculous. Like this Great Fire of Chicago. Cow knocked over a candlestick in a barn and it burned the whole. It burned like.
Okay, yeah, I think that happened in Frisco too. Yeah, and then there was a monkey in Springfield.
Baltimore, someone dropped a cigarette ash through a cigar ash through a pavement glass. It landed in the room below and burnt the whole city down. And none of them, they're all just like ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Right. And so my theory, along with other people, is that however these buildings were built, it happened many years before, maybe centuries before. Some event happened or multiple events happened that buried these buildings in mud and underwater, whatever. But there's evidence that you can find things buried underwater and you can find things buried underground. And so the other narrative, the narrative that the mainstream spins, is that they were built in the 1800s and so forth, with the technology that they had, horse and buggy and or horse and carriage and whatever you want to call it. So I thought I'd do a little remedial thing here for those of us that aren't familiar with this. And here, we'll start. Okay, so we'll screen share here, clickety click. All right, so it's to play along in the chat. I can't really see it because I'm on screen here. So to everyone, oh, do you have any like thinking kind of strum music you could play? So to everyone in the chat, what is this? All right, that's when you play. Ding, 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 something. Nothing. I love it. Okay, so this is, well, of course, this is a horse. So we get that. So that's a horse. What is this? That's horse shit. So here's my thing. Horses come in all different sizes. Some horses are very big. Some horses are very small. Some horses are so small they can't pull at all. Hey, sounds like a Dr. Seuss. Some horses can be used to pull. In fact, some horses, they're still doing it to this very day. Some large workhorses can pull big things. Most of the time we think it's beer, but you used to pull hay. All right, I think I'm done with the rhyming. Is it like a hoku? What's that, haiku? So we can see that they can pull. They're very powerful. It's called horsepower for a reason. And you can look up the dimensions on how much a horse can pull and so forth. And it depends on the, obviously the horsepower as to how fast and how much your horse will pull. The basic horsepower diagram, of course, they put the 33 in here, but average they can pull in, 1 horsepower is 33,000 pounds per foot. Okay, I get it. You can find thousands. Oh, we're good, Ray. Let's stop. I'm sorry, but just for me, you can find a bunch of ways that they've used horses in the past when you look up horsepower. It's very easy to find. But what I don't see is this. Whenever I see the horses, how do they explain how they build up here? Because you're either going to have huge scaffolding for the horse to pull the blocks all the way up there, or you have to teach them how to climb upstairs. So, having said that, that could be basically horse shit, is what I say. But where's that other picture? Shoot, it wasn't there. Hang on, clickety click. And so, where'd it go? Oh, shoot, we're way back here. Here we go. Okay. So going back to this idea, it doesn't matter how much your horse can pull. The question is, can he get to the areas that you need him to? Like, how did he go out in the swamps and build the Lincoln Memorial? And why? Why would you go out in the swamps and build the Lincoln Memorial in the middle of nowhere? For what reason? What cause? They don't even put Lincoln in here till later. These are the houses that people are living in.
They probably found it half flooded.
Exactly. That's my point.
It goes way under the ground.
It does.
That's probably
I'm sure.
like the roof. That's probably like the roof of the building right there sticking up.
And there are undergrounds, because I've been to DC and these buildings do have, areas underground you can go to, so far. But none of this, their narratives don't.
They could with a horse and buggy and a shovel, and they only could get so deep.
Yeah. And why would you do it on a swamp? The narrative doesn't even make sense. And you can see that, this is underneath the Lincoln Memorial. You can already see that there's more to the building. And when you do see construction, it's, again, I don't see a ton of debris and stuff. It doesn't look like they're actually building this part. It looks like they're just fixing facades and stuff, whitewashing things.
Yeah, that's what they do.
There's still, for the size of this project, there's very little construction debris. I see a little here and like nothing. It just, it's pretty, it doesn't make sense. You can see a lot of these pictures But again, see, like it looks like there's even more down here. So,
Yeah, I covered
and then you can see where they're putting him together.
on my channel, Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures. I've covered all of it. I've covered it all. At this
So
point-
look how they have to do to get this one piece up, and imagine what they'd have to do to create this monstrosity of a memorial for what? While they live in mud huts, and because they always throw at you, oh, they had tons of resources and plenty of people and time. That's BS. Because like Jen just says, where are the workers on these shots? Where are they?
Yeah.
Where
Most
are
of them
they?
A lot of them are children when you really look into it, like orphans.
Yeah. So where are all the workers? What do we got there? Once again, probably 3 little odd fellows standing there for the photo op. Where is everybody?
Yeah.
Must be break time. So it's horseshit, I think. At least the narratives that they're presenting to us. But like, how did a horse? What kind of pulley system did you have to do this, or the Taj Mahal, or any of these things? I mean, come on, people. It doesn't make sense that we're not building these buildings today. When you look at this building, and it's like a half dome door, and there's half windows at the base and stuff. It doesn't make sense to think that it was built that way, and why they're building these monstrous towns in Seattle when you can see there's just like dozens of people. This is Pioneer Square. These monstrous buildings for no reason whatsoever. And see, this is all they have. But somehow they built all these incredible structures. For what purpose? I don't know. Let's see. I thought this was good. Who sent me this? Probably my wife. Isn't that funny when they're trying to kill you and indoctrinate you at the same time? Let's see. I feel like Martin Littke. All of a sudden he just shows up jokes. Melanie sent me this. I did like this one. Can you tell which one is a Chihuahua and which one's a muffin?
No.
Especially if I make it really small. I don't know if you can make it.
Not from here, from where I can see.
Yeah.
I don't have it. I was gonna have it on the TV behind us.
Well, here, I'll make it larger. Can you see? It's I don't know. Maybe it's just me that's enjoying this, but yes. Anyways, don't go home and eat your Chihuahua. Next. Okay, so we covered that. Let's get out of here. Clickety click. So I'm moving on.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next? Oh, and I will put this in the chat because I thought this was super funny. Where are you? You guys are over here. I'll throw this in here. Clickety click. And then you people over on Rock Funny, here you are. There you go. Everyone doing okay over here on Rockfish? 6 people still.
Last time I checked, we had like 110 people.
That's fantastic. God bless you all.
Now.
Let's see. Where are we at? Yeah. All right. Here we go. You're back. All right. So let's see. What can we go over this? We've covered that. And we did the horse. We did those. Oh, another thing that I wanted to go over with people. Let me bring this back up. Oh, wait. How are we doing in the chat? Everybody having fun? Hopefully you're all having fun. Mystic Hermit. Good Shabbos. Nice to meet you or see you again. And let's see who else is here. I'm a bagel. Not quite sure. Hey, Voy, how's it going? By the way, Voy, you said we're at war, so there you go. And just so you know, just because if you believe in Jesus doesn't mean that you got to roll over and take it. Here, I'll put myself full screen here, because here's what he did. See, Jesus has the power to do whatever he wanted, but he gave himself up and he allowed that stuff to happen to him because he did it for us. And so his teachings are that we have to be patient because God's patient, that we have to be forgiving because that's what we want from God, be forgiving. And that when you have the power, it's harder to not use it. And so it doesn't mean roll over and let life take you away. What it means is stand up for yourself, stand up for truth and stand up for God. And use your discernment, like we were talking about earlier. You have rights to fight the cops on every ticket and every time you get pulled over. But it doesn't mean there won't be consequences. If you fight for those rights, you'll probably be put through more tribulations. So just know that. And that there's only one truth. We're all looking for it, but don't stop looking for it. When you stop looking for it, well, that's when you're being controlled. And I won't do it. I won't be controlled by anyone. As I showed earlier on the screen, you can't let yourself be controlled by people, money, or past experiences. It's just the way it is. And so let me see. Let me go back in here. Where'd you guys go? You're over here. We'll go clickety click. Oh, there's Christian. And let's see. Go to here. This one. Let's go back to my photos. For all of you that understand this comic, welcome to the party, pal. As I used to say to my father, God rest his soul, when he woke up and I told him that line from Die Hard, when he says, welcome to the party, pal. So, but that's a good one too, if you want to grab that. This is what I was looking for. So the question is, what is Israel? And so for those of us playing along in the chat, is this Israel, the country? Maybe. There is a country named Israel. But did you also know that Jacob fought an angel? Well, it's debatable who he fought now. He fights a man now? I don't even know. It keeps changing. But Jacob fights a being, and then he becomes Israel. So there's that. That could be the meaning of Israel. There's this dude who talks a lot on YouTube, whose name really is apparently Jacob Israel. Could I be talking about him? Or could we talk about what I believe is the current Israel? Because each one of those things is correct, and each one of those things is not correct. Because certain times when God's talking about Israel, he means the people. And it doesn't mean the people that necessarily live here. Sometimes there's things talked about in the Bible that deal with places, but sometimes there's things in the Bible that talk about people. And who is Israel? Who are the children of God? Are they chosen special people? No. They're all God's children. But we make decisions in our life as to whether we want to be part of this tribe or not. Because the new tribe of Israel, when Jesus shows up, he's like, forget all that stuff. The laws of Moses are still inactive. They're still in the Bible. But they're for the people that don't get it. They're for those of us that struggle. Well, that's all of us. There's only been one perfect person, and they strung him up for 3 days. So all of us struggle with this. But what we find is when we give ourselves over to this way of living, things start happening and changing, because that's what Jesus is about. And that's another reason why they're telling you not to look there. Because my channel is fun. My channel is about entertainment. My channel is about having a good time on Friday night, because they're trying everything in that world to destroy it. So we're still going to have fun. And I understand and have get-togethers. That's understand. Great. Do that. I've never told people not to do it. What I am worrying about, or not worrying, what I am warning people about is that something's coming. I know people have said that for generations, but there's a lot of things happening, and a lot of people that have never believed in any spirituality whatsoever are talking about this. And don't forget the Charles Schwabs and all those guys. They want a reset of some kind. So something's happening. So this channel is about, what are you doing to prepare for it? Are you going to do it through what? Through voting someone in, hoping Trump's going to save you and the children Are you going to do it through the currency of the dead, crypto? Even though the government shows you that they can control that too. And let's say you make $1 million on crypto. Then what? Where are you going to spend it? Because if you don't go along with the government's thing or whatever, all that's traceable and trackable to the single person that owns that crypto. And if their credit score's in the shit, what are you going to be able to buy? You still got to be able to buy something from someone at the other end. You can have a ton of money, but you're going to have to buy it somehow. And I don't see how that's possible if everything is tracked. And they've proven that they can seize crypto assets, they can seize PayPal accounts, they can seize GoFundMes, they can seize whatever the heck they want. So what is their plan?
You have like a crypto wallet?
You know, it's funny. I have the smallest amount of crypto because one of my sons borrowed some money and he sent it back to me in crypto. So that's how I have any of it. It's not much, but it's something. But I just, like I said, what would you do, Christian? Let's say you make it big on crypto. What the heck are you going to buy? You can't go to CVS and use your crypto. You know what I mean? And what if the power goes out or the internet goes out? You're not going to be able to buy anything. That's why they want to go cashless, because then they're going to actually make it so everything's controlled. So you either have to go bartering and get off the system, or you have to do whatever they ask you to do, or not ask you, force you, tell you, encourage you.
Everything's a lie.
Yeah.
You know, just
we'll
when you thought that they couldn't get any lower, like, you know, they say that the money is, you know, the paper that it's printed on is, you know, relatively worthless, but like the actual digital currency is even less. It's worth less.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, there's really no value. Like, put a crypto in my hand, you can't. You know what I mean? It's just imaginary. Obviously, everything. I get how it works. Let's say take gold. Gold has really no value because it definitely has value as far as it's very for electronics and stuff. It's very conductive, and there's a lot of positive benefits to gold. But the reason it's so much money is the whole world decided that it has that value. But you can't eat it. You can't get shelter from it. You can't do anything. Now, let's say you have gold, you can trade it for food and shelter. But what if the guy that has the food or shelter doesn't want your gold? It's written about in the Bible. There'll be a day they just throw it in the streets. And so we're putting value on things. And like crypto, you actually can go right now in the meta universe and you can actually buy fake, or not fake, you can buy imaginary property in the meta universe, and people are buying it in the hopes that it'll go up and they'll turn it and sell it, just like in the real world. So they're taking actual whatever value is of their gold or their cash and turning it into money in the metaverse. It's the same kind of idea. It doesn't exist. There's nothing there.
Hey, Elon Musk is selling trips on that rocket to Mars.
Well, that's different. That's, you know, that why would he lie?
Why would he lie?
I already bought 4 seats.
You know, actually, the thing that that worries me the most about the crypto environment is how much people are wasting their time on, you know, how much time they're putting into tracking all these things, Bitcoin mining and all this.
Well, think about this too, Christian. There was a whole generation of children like my son's age and stuff that they never really invested in stock markets and bonds. They never, you know, they were never taught that. It was kind of going out of style when I was growing up. And so now there's a whole generation of children that have never done that. And then crypto comes along and suddenly they can get into the quote stock market, because that's what it is, basically the stock market. If you have any crypto, if you want to try to sell it, you have to sell it on an open line. And then you have to, if you like, for instance, when I needed to trade something, Rockfin coins to Ethereum, I had to buy Ethereum. And then I had to sell the Ethereum. And each time you sell it, you know, you're losing commissions because you have to sell it. And so the whole system is just one more complication, I believe, to entrap people in their money and their debt and all that.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. My dad was a stockbroker, okay, and he kind of realized there was a moment that he conveyed to me about when he realized that there was something shady going on in the stock market. And he was, you know, kind of like a junior guy in the investment firm. And he had heard, they had heard that this company in New York, where my dad was, located, that there was this company that made these magnetic locks, and that, it was like going public, and it was, something that their firm was going to put a lot of money into. So my dad's job was to go down there with another buddy and to kind of get the scoop on this lock company and find out, how much money they should invest based on like what they can ascertain from the business, the strength of the business. So they're like somewhere in the Bronx, and they're like looking around, and there's like a crack in the wall. And it's like, that's the headquarters of the lock company, right? It's just like this little, like 1 by 1 foot wide, doorway. And so it's like, Joe's Magnetic Locks or whatever, right? And he walks in and he talks to the CEO of this company. Now, this company's going public. There's all kinds of people lined up to put money into this company. And, my dad's got his pad of paper and he's taking notes, and he's like, so tell us a little bit about the locks. And the guy talks about how magnificent these locks are. And my dad starts to ask him about his financials and what the strength of the company is like financially and everything. And the CEO goes, look, kid, it's gonna be big. It's gonna be big, right? And my dad's like, okay, big. So what, when you say big, do you mean like, do you guys plan on, your revenues exceeding your, he starts talking to him about the business stuff. And he's like, look, kid, have you ever held the balls of an elephant in your hands? And my dad's like, no, I haven't done that. And he's like, that's how big I'm talking. It's gonna be big, right? And from that moment on, like, my dad watched this thing make millionaires out of people.
Wow.
Okay. Like, this company, he went back and he said, there was not much I could find. Like, I talked to this guy and there's really no information about anything. And here it is showing up on the New York Stock Exchange, Joe's Magnetic Locks, and all the trading happens, and, people are made millionaires,
Wow.
So he knew the whole thing was rigged. Right?
Yeah.
And all these people spend half their life moving investments around, all these different funds and all these different, and it's like, they're told that the love of money is the root of all evil. And here they are investing all their time, which is the ultimate gift from the creator, into a useless skill of moving money around different things, where you have and you're part of an inside game, right? You're part of a rigged system. So who knows if you're going to win or lose, right? So you're just like, and the winners always seem to be cheating the system somehow.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, Christian, because back in the day, I used to follow all this stuff. And first of all, there was a thing called insider trading, that if you knew something was going to happen and then you bought or sold, you were supposed to go to jail. But that never happened to the people up above that were doing this. And then they started a thing, after hours trading, so the big companies could buy and sell stock before anyone else could. And then they did a thing with IPOs that only the big companies could buy an IPO. By the time the little guy could get it, was over. So now you take all that nonsense and you fast forward to this new generation with crypto. And what do? That stuff's online 24/7. So you literally can have, say, $5,000 in your account, go to sleep, wake up the next day, and it's gone. You know what I mean? Because you have to watch. So they're on their phones. Once again, like you say, now they're investing even more time. They're constantly hitting refresh to see if they, where their thing is at. And so it's another entrapment. Exactly.
Yeah. We're not supposed to be wasting our time on fiat currency, all of the, there are biblical things about investing your money. And so I guess people can kind of, take that kind of those passages and turn it into spending lots of time in investing your money and stuff like that. But I don't know that that's what it actually meant. It's probably like invest your money and do good things with your talents, and and it doesn't say like put all your time into managing your accounts.
Well, yeah, it's you should money is like a tool to me. It's a hammer or whatever. Obviously, it can make your life easier if you have it, but at some point, are you using money to live, or are you living for money? And so if you just want more and more and you want the bigger things and the big, and that's the way that you can show love to your family by buying things and all that, that's not what God had intended. In fact, he talks about it. You're not supposed to even, once you get the faith that he wants, you shouldn't even worry where your next meal has come, because the birds get fed every day and they never wonder where their meal's coming from. And he says the hairs on your head are numbered. And if he could take care of a bird, he would certainly take care of you. You just have to know that, and you have to follow the things that are coming your way. Because if you fight against God's ideas for you, well, then again, you're allowed to, but there are consequences for any of our decisions. And so what we need to do is not constantly want as much money and as big items and all that stuff. We just want to be comfortable. We just want a place to live. A lot of us throughout the chats in the last few years have been telling me how they've been homeless and struggling and stuff. Those people just want a roof over their head. And so, we should be grateful for whatever we have, and not work to just keep getting bigger and better. Work just to survive, and find out what's really important and what's the real value in this life. It's the family, it's the relationships, it's the love that you can show each other. That's what we're here for. We're not to make the most money, right? That's what the Luciferians are doing in Hollywood, right? Yeah. Alleged Luciferians.
I saw a great interview with Roger Waters from Pink Floyd, and he was being interviewed by, I forget the guy's name, but he's like the host on this Real News Network, I think it's called. And they have accountability stuff on there too. They have the PAR report, which is Police Accountability Report. This woman does an awesome job of breaking down a particular instance, and getting the family, like some police brutality kind of incident, and then like tracking it down, calling the police, asking for their comments, and then having the people on and having their side of the story told. And she does a really great job. But anyway, this guy had Roger Waters on, who's a viewer of this podcast, and Roger Waters was kind of like talking about the music industry. And it was so interesting because he really called, he's, talking about the people that are focused on the dollars and the nicknames they gave these people in the music industries. It's like shilling, pence, and dollar or something like that, and these guys are just well-known people that run Hollywood and the music industry. It's just the almighty dollar is running the whole show, which means there's zero morals in any of it. But Roger Waters, he was he ended his interview with saying it's really just about seeing your way through to making it on the face of this earth with grace. And I thought that was really amazing because it's just a beautiful mission statement for people, which is hey, you've been placed here for a given period of time. Do it with grace, show what grace really looks like. And, he's kind of strived to do that. He does it in his way and stuff like that. But he's had to he's had to go up against these guys, and he sees it, he gets to talk with people in high places, and he gets to brush elbows with the devil, so to speak, and he still turns around and he says, if you feel like you're working for those dollars, you're horribly misguided. And he turned it around and said, just it's a measurement of how you can perform here with grace and I that definitely resonates with me.
Yeah.
It's like there's a lot of shit to avoid in this world, and a lot of people get caught up in the different things. I think tracking currencies and trying to make minute profits, and just spending time to multiply that to get a bigger number in an account or something like that is just
no bueno.
Yeah, there's nothing graceful about that. It's just that's just kind of like a selfish interest. All that time you could be spending like being graceful. You know what I'm saying? Like going out and working with people, or being creative and sharing that with the world. Something outwardly focused, not just like inwardly, like
well, even what you're doing there, that band, it's wonderful that you're doing this, but you're making music for other people to listen to and enjoy, that hopefully they won't get mind controlled from.
Yeah, it's like to raise the vibration of the whole community. There's just like lots of folks in the community that we want to sing to and have them enjoy the music and watch us as we, work our way across the country and put out recordings.
We would love to come to your backyard and sing to you.
Well, you definitely are coming. I've got to learn how to play this tambourine, and hopefully maybe I have something else, but for sure that.
Dude, YouTube
goes for everybody.
There's lots of interesting techniques you can do with the tambourine to make it sound interesting. It seems like a very static instrument, but it's got a lot to it.
After he teaches you the tambourine and you play for us, you might decide to just change your whole gig and give up the show and just come on the tour.
I might go on the road with you if the missus allows it.
It's gonna be amazing.
Oh, she's already ready to kick me out the door. Do you hear that?
Yeah.
That's very true.
She can come too. We'll bring her too.
That's right.
Super Christian.
I think we gotta get Jesse to drive the bus. Like that guy drives everywhere.
He knows the way how to get to the places we need to go. Jesse.
Does he know the way to San Jose? I just wondered.
Yeah, he actually does. He knows.
See, that's when you're supposed to, with the guitar rig, go boom, right? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. There you go.
Well, Jesse knows how to get there without paying a toll. That's how good Jesse is.
Nice.
Like he knows the roads to take to avoid every toll going out west, and he does it.
He's a good friend to have.
Yeah.
Ray.
Okay. Where are we? Let's see. What do I have? Let me finish this up. More quizzes. I just want to let people know that there's more to one meaning to things. And there's a lot of people get caught up in names and things like that. And that's the other thing. Like, what am I? I don't know what I am anymore. I'm a child of God, because they told me I was Jewish at one point. They called me Christian at some points. I don't necessarily fall in line with all those different beliefs. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. And having said that, can anybody tell me what this is? Anyone? Bueller? MAGA. Yes. Which stands for?
The first degree of the Satanic Church.
See, you're getting ahead of the class, Ray. You're getting ahead of the class. So we were thought this was MAGA, as Trump's thing, right? Because he invented this and everyone was saying it. But did you also know that Reagan and Bush said it first in their run, and was the 80s, I think, 1980. So a lot of people don't know that it has been used before. They just recycled it like everything else in Hollywood. And don't forget, this guy's an actor. This guy's a professional wrestler and actor. He's been in movies and commercials and stuff. They're all actors.
You know what's really weird about him? Okay, so his show was called The Apprentice, right? And his thing was, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired, right? And the first ritual you got to do, the apprentice ritual, which you showed earlier, the flat earth sign, or whatever it looks like. It might not be the same, but it looks like it, right? And then when this whole thing happened while he was president, everybody lost their jobs.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, wow. Yeah, because that's the thing. For a while, people know my story. I thought this guy was, outside the system. He's here to save us and all that. Then I woke up to he's just good cop, bad cop. If you didn't like the one white guy, we'll throw in another one. You didn't like that guy, we'll throw in a black guy. You don't like that, we'll throw in a woman next. I mean, whatever they want, they do whatever they want just to stir people up. And so, of course, he'll be back. But don't forget, this guy put in what? He did the red flag law that said if you talk about things establishment, that's, terrorist thing. He did the don't talk about Israel law. He's the one that they started the whole, the shot coming in. He's the one that all this stuff started on his watch. He spent more money than so many presidents before him, which I think Biden is now blowing his numbers out of the water. And we get to numbers that people don't even understand. Nobody understands really what a million is. Nobody understands what a billion is, and nobody understands what a trillion is. And we're hitting numbers that people don't even, they don't care. They'd rather know what the earn run average is of the Mariners or something. They don't think about the money that's being spent. They just look at the little bit that's taken out of their check, and that's it. They go on with their lives. But these people are stealing everything. The whole world is what they want, if they can. But is it MAGA start from him? Did it start from these two? Or, Ray was suggesting, it's also in the Church of Satan. MAGA is the 5th degree of witches, or whatever they are. You go registered, active, witch, warlock, priest, magister, and then MAGA. So,
there you
so
go.
you tell me what MAGA is. There's that same symbol again. Interesting.
Now,
and then there's this. If you look in Latin as well as Italian, it means female wizard. And it also says a woman with magical powers, blah, blah, blah. So what does MAGA mean? Who knows? Because our whole English system was put here once again as a tool to use against us, because nobody knows what the heck we're talking about. What were you saying, Christian?
And perhaps it was just a coincidence, right? That the same, that they used that word. They just didn't do their research. These people weren't aware of the reference to any of that stuff. And it was just a
complete coincidence. Yeah.
Complete coincidence.
Yeah. Which we don't believe in anymore. That's the problem. See, I don't believe in coincidences. So.
And these people that are coming up with these slogans are part of these organizations. Like, if you're a top-notch political person that's coming up with MAGA, you're probably roped into the whole secret system of the world.
Oh yeah, I think all the presidents, if not just a few, were all Masons and things like that. In fact, the first he wasn't even the first. If you look into it, George Washington, we were taught, was the first president of the United States, but he wasn't. But even so, on his thing, it says he was a Mason first, and then he said he was the president. So, they tell us if we just look, and that's the thing. We can't be. I think we've been lulled into another form of sleeping, I guess. We woke up, we got in these chats, we started having a good time and hanging out, and then we forgot what we're here for, and we forgot what to look for. And so as the world goes on crashing around us, we've got to stay vigilant, because God doesn't say that we're supposed to stand up and take up arms and all that. Yeah, we're allowed to do that, of course, but what does he say in the end times? What he wants us to do is to stay vigilant, is to stand. He says a lot of standing and being patient, and he says we're going to get worn out. But he says, those who stand to the end, well, you'll get your promise of everything. And so vengeance is God's. So we're supposed to not judge. We're not supposed to ask we are allowed to ask for recompense. And you guys can look into that. If someone's attacking you and you're in a righteous position, you're allowed to absolutely pray for a recompense, to send it back where it came from. And God will work it out. But that's what he says. He says, do you want me to take care of this or not? If you want me to take care of this, then just let me do it. Tell me and I'll do it. But you have to let him do it. That's the hardest part. That leap of faith part is we ask God to do things, and then we get impatient, or we think he's not doing it the right way, which is really funny. If you want God to laugh, just tell him your plans. Where's Freddie? But
That's very true.
There we go. Thank you. That's right. This show's always like that. We're always off on the cues. I love it. So
We'll figure it out eventually.
that's right. But hey, it's learning in progress. I'm thrilled that you're allowing me to kind of be a promoter of this band because I see great things
I'm
coming.
thrilled to be here on Ceiling Fan Man on Friday night. There's no place else I'd rather be.
Nice.
It's a Ceiling Fan Man.
We love it. He's happy to be here too.
Boom, baby.
I think that's all I have. Let's see. Or I can do this
True.
guy.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So, okay. Oh, I know there's people here that want to hear scary space news. So let me do that.
Yeah.
This week in scary space news.
All right. Okay. So what do we have here? I think we'll start with, there it is. So we'll go clickety click. And you guys are here. We'll share screen. There, there, and there. And I think it's right here. All right. So here's the first thing. So the Hubble telescope took this iconic image. Sorry, didn't mean to say photo. It's an image because you understand the Hubble telescope. Look it up. You just get dots and numbers and whatever, and then the computer, the AI, or whoever, the cartoonist, the animator, draws what they think it looks like. And now we have an updated version, so it no longer looks like the picture on the left. It now looks like the picture on the right. So,
Oh, nice.
right?
Nice. I think I see what they did there.
Yeah, they took like another $50 billion of your money and had a new artist draw.
Delivered the goods.
They lightened one of them a little bit. They took the dark shade off of one.
Yeah, and threw in a whole bunch of more
Or
stars.
darkened one, whatever it was.
Yeah,
Threw in some more stars.
it's fantastic. Just
More
beautiful.
of an aqua green paint color.
There's your money. Hard-working tax dollars. Meanwhile, what is it? I think is it Michigan that has no drinking water and a bunch of other places. But hey, we're spending billions of dollars to get you new color.
Doesn't
image.
Doesn't it appear like especially in the image on the left, like a Bigfoot? Like
Ooh,
the
let's
tall brown thing standing up. Doesn't it look like okay?
Right here with the eyes.
No, zoom out a little bit.
That thing looks like
No,
Or
not
this
that
one?
thing.
That looks like Master Yoda to me.
Zoom out. The one on the
Oh, there we
left.
go. It's like a giant hand, and there's his face. Or
No, no. Zoom back out so we see the. Okay, the one on the left there. Yeah, that guy. It looks like a big grizzly bear in the middle, but with like a big bald head and like a monkey face kind of on it. No, right there. Do you see it?
Yeah, whatever. Is
No,
this
not
the
that
face?
one. The one
No.
to the right of it.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah, the top of his
Now,
head with the
zoom
two
out.
eyes.
Wait, hang on. Let me move over here. This is fun. Whoops. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, Bigfoot, right there.
Okay, and then like zoom down. He's got his arms up in the air. You see what I'm saying? Look at that. Isn't that like a lizard creature? You see the
Where-
eyes and kind
Okay.
of the.
Is this the face, or are you seeing
Yeah.
something else?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's the face. That's the
Yeah.
eyeball you're pointing at.
And then his arms like coming down here. Is that what you mean? Or am I missing you? Where do you
his
see the
arms
arms?
are down below there a little bit. He's got a big, long, elongated head. Okay, and then it comes down, and his 2 feet, his 2 legs are split. Scroll down even more. He goes all the way to the ground. There, the 2 feet come down. See what I'm saying? It's like a big Bigfoot standing on a stump.
Like a shadow of a Bigfoot.
Huh. Wow.
And he's holding a guitar.
And he has
Ah.
Yoda, and he has a Master Yoda next to him.
Right? And here's a fan
He's
watching.
walking a
you.
llama. Do you see the llama next to him?
Yeah, he's walking along.
It's a 3 llama like they have in Boston.
I can need to
the
put
big
something else
fires.
besides tea in here, hon, because I'm not close to the llama and the Bigfoot. All right, now let's Rorschach test this one. What do we see over here?
I see a Bigfoot and a llama.
A Bigfoot.
You
a
do?
llama, and I see
I think is
Yoda
Jen in the
up there
chat?
corner.
Is this Dog Man over here, Jen? I don't know. We're seeing Bigfoots. I don't know. But anyways, there's your tax dollars at work. Just amazing, amazing stuff that we're getting from NASA. Thank you, NASA.
And it's all residual from a Big Bang, you know?
Correct.
It's all just
Correct.
like, it's
just exploded.
It was a big accident.
A big accident, and we're just catching a glimpse of the, you know, the continuing process of, you know, big random things shooting out of nowhere.
And we're just too small to see it. That's all. We're just too little. We're too puny.
I'm still thinking I'm trying to look for the llama. It sounds like a Monty Python skit.
No, he's got a rooster tail. It's a Bigfoot with a rooster tail.
All right, I'm moving on. Oh, and then don't forget there's a rose on Saturn for all the missed that. So there's that.
That's where I left them roses.
Right?
I have to
Exactly.
go back and get my roses now.
So there's that. And then who is this that sent me this? I forget. Was it Trevor? So for those of you that don't know this, that there's actually underneath the rockets, there's an emergency chute.
Oh, you
that
found it. I've been
they
looking
go
for this.
straight down,
Yep.
all the way down, slide out, and they're actually under.
Look at that.
They're under the
Yeah.
capsule,
Yeah.
and they're in an escape. What do you call that? Panic room with the solid
Yeah.
doors.
And it's like vaulted with like special, so the rockets won't hurt them.
Now, how much time do you have between like the launch and like to discover, to realize that the whole thing's gonna blow to get down that chute?
Well, but I guess the idea is that every time you see someone get into a rocket, it just takes seconds for them to go down this emergency chute and slide out.
Yeah, like, but they describe it as an emergency.
Right. If the
chute.
rocket is blowing up, that's when you do it. Yeah, you'd be toast
This
at
is
that point.
like you're able to kind of save yourself.
It's like one of those water slides at like one of those water parks with the tube that you go down really fast.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You got a very valid point, Christian. You've got a very valid point, because if this truly is an escape hatch, by the time the rocket's blowing up, you ain't sliding nowhere. This is
you're
for
sliding into a big pit of fuel that's consuming you.
Well, they have like a vault around them. That's
but Ray, by the time you have to get out of here, and as this thing's blowing up, I don't care how fast you're sliding, you ain't getting in.
Wait
Because
until they're all safe until they let it go.
well, no, I'm saying if the idea behind it is it's supposed to be in case the rocket's going to blow up. But like Christian's saying, if that's true, you wouldn't be around, because look, he has to get out. He has to walk over to this room, shut that door, sit down, strap in.
You're talking about a 12-second, process of getting, and still you're within, clear distance of being blown to bits by the 9 million tons of rocket fuel that's in there. Or no, it's 9 million tons of thrust.
The sound,
that the thing had.
the sound alone can melt you if you're like not 3 to 5 miles away when it goes off, if you're watching it.
Yeah.
So Occam's razor for me is they use this so they can fake the missions, because if the thing was blowing up, you're gonna die. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
But
I'm not sure anything, like what we're seeing there might be 12 feet tall.
oh, you mean this rocket? Yeah, it could be like Thunderbirds, right?
It could just be like a model, right?
Yeah.
And maybe people saw something 12 feet tall go up into the sky, and they had speakers that were, earth-shattering speakers rocking their world, and they were like, "Wow, look at that," or something. I don't even know if the crowd was real, Well,
that's the thing. Like, if you do watch, it's at my
Oh no.
on my outro, when you see how rockets, like when they shoot a rocket in the sky, like it's like pew, that kind of rocket.
Yeah.
When NASA shoots a rocket, it's like
Yeah. I'm not sure that people witnessed the Apollo 11. Did they? Like, they started introducing the witnessing later on, right?
Yeah.
Like with the space shuttles and stuff like that. But did people actually, were they there to watch the actual launching, or was it just they came on TV and they showed the stuff?
that was
and they
only
said,
I covered some of that on a show that it's only on TV. And then I just saw Finn. Hey, Finn, good to see you. He showed me, or he talked to me and people that they know. Long story short, that control room that you see everyone clapping and applauding and stuff, there's only certain people allowed in there, and it's mostly just for the media so they can put it on TV and show that. That really, most of the things nowadays, since everyone's working, what do you call it, from home and satellites and, areas, not fake satellites, but that nobody's in those control rooms except, the chosen ones. And so you could throw whoever you want in there as actors, and the rest of them are watching it on a screen like we are.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, could you imagine nowadays if they came on the news and they said they pretty much do. They interrupt stuff and they're like, look, here's the simulation of the landing on the asteroid, right? And then they have everyone applauding. I believe they interrupted television to kind of like go to that, that planet-saving event where they said, what, one small step for, they did another take on that whole one step for, and one large step for planetary safety or something like that.
Yeah. Well, how come we never questioned who the hell shot him stepping down? They already had to have a camera there somehow. I mean, you could say maybe it was hanging out the ILM, but I don't remember seeing videos of that or how did that make it through space,
That poor cameraman, it got no credit.
Yeah.
Right?
And then when they leave the surface.
Like the rest of his life, he was telling people he was actually the first guy on the moon, right? And everyone's like, look, dude, we understand you're jealous, whatever the case may be, and he's like, no, I'm the cameraman, dude. That would be a great documentary, the cameraman for the moon landing.
Yeah,
and
but he's like all despondent and chain smoking and I was so close.
Like 6 wives, right?
True. Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Shoot. Yeah, and then they show the thing taking off, and it's so funny. It's like little sparkles. And then the camera pans up as it goes away. So they left him on the moon, and we start talking about it. So what happens? AI has to rewrite the story, and they say, it was a joystick. Someone was at the mission control and did it. Wow, that's amazing technology,
Considering it nowadays, they say it's like a 9-second delay to the ISS, right?
Yeah. But not when Richard Nixon made his phone call in 1969.
That was instantaneous.
I have that. Here, check this out.
Yeah, I think something rather important is coming up here.
Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House.
Because it looks so fake.
Because it looks so fake.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. How do they have the technology back then? It doesn't make any logical sense. It doesn't. The batteries and stuff that they'd have and how to get the signal, and the fact that there wasn't the lag time back then that there is now. So I guess atmosphere changed that over time. I mean, none of it makes sense. And the fact that they said that they destroyed the technology, that makes so much sense. The greatest achievement of mankind, let's destroy that technology. It's too painful to build it back. Well, what about all the tapes and everything? Oh, those are all gone too. I mean, we're talking like, it's not like just a cassette that's on a little zip drive or something. We're talking like a room, like a warehouse, Indiana Jones style, full of stuff for the moon landing. It's all gone. And all the moon rocks, they're either all missing or they're proven fakes. Even the ones that Neil Armstrong handed out They were petrified wood in some museums. I mean, it's so blatant, and it's so frustrating because nobody sees it. I mean, not no one, but we were all on the other side of it, and it's really difficult when you go, how can you not see it?
It's an important key, I think, to understanding how deceived we are, because if you think about it, all of the space agencies are in on the magic trick. And that means that the governments, they're all connected to their respective governments. That means that all these governments are in on a magic trick, deceiving their populations, And that is really important to understand, that this goes way higher than our government versus Russia. They're on the same side at a certain level. They're on the same team. And it's against everyone else, It's like
what does George Carlin say? It's a big club and you ain't in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing. They all the countries you can go and look on China's sites and find bubbles in space. You can find mistakes in Russia. It's all there. All the countries, for those that have eyes to see.
Yeah, look at all the countries. How many countries signed the Antarctic Treaty?
Yeah, even the ones that hate each other. Once again, they can hate each other, but everyone's okay. We can get along when it comes to something like that.
Like
that doesn't make any sense.
The world about what's further out beyond. Why guard the wall there? Why guard the it's clearly not a continent at the bottom of the whole thing, and it's really interesting, these like the mapping software, like you can basically like smush it all out, and the Antarctica does just go out and become like the wall. Like kind of mess around with the mapping stuff. Yeah, dude, and you know what?
And I agree with you. I know this
further the whole.
There's truth there's truth in those maps. I understand. There's truth in something with the ice wall and the South Pole, and the fact that the North Pole is missing now. I actually have an old atlas that still has North Pole and has some cities on it, but now it's just water. There was never anything there, and that doesn't make any sense. And in this, I might even have those, but yeah. So the maps have always,
We know that going east and west is an arc, right? It's a circle. You're going clockwise and counterclockwise around the North Pole. So when they show us a map of the country, they might be able to travel to those places and kind of like map those locations. Like the actual land formation, it's drawn as like kind of a relatively straight line across the top and everything like that. But if that's due east, then the landmass that we're actually on has a bend to it. You know what I'm saying?
No.
What they show us should really be bent as far as a map of the United States. Because you're traveling east, you're traveling west, and you're actually going in an arc to go west, but they draw it as like a straight line going west.
Correct. Yeah.
So the picture that we have of our own country is distorted.
I agreed, because the numbers, and someone covered it once before, but like the distances don't even make sense. If you start measuring things, none of them seem to make sense. If you're looking at this picture here, see, there is a North Pole. That's a landmass. That's not water. It's no longer there. If you look at the current maps, that's why getting old books and old maps are good, because you can find things that are gone. Where'd the North Pole go? So,
the GPS system, I was getting my pilot's license, and we learned all about the VOR system that went into place at a very early on. Like shortly after the supposed Wright brothers came up with the airplane, all of a sudden we had like, you know, barnstormers and, you know, just like we had, you know, systems in place to route these airplanes, and they use these electronic beacons called VORs, right? And that's what people fly to this day. You know, it's like they fly from one electronic beacon to another, and they used to take up like a fairly large plot of ground in order to put one of these beacons in place. Okay. And the beacon would take up an area that was like, I don't know, like 30 feet by 30 feet. And you could track and you could figure out at what angle you were coming in. And that's why the pilots, they use these radios to dial in frequencies, and they know exactly where they are based on
It's crazy. So like Christian flew a plane in like a few planes, and I asked him, I'm like, you know, she's like, you know, what is it like, man? Is it like driving a car? Like, dude, how do you follow your way? And he's like, dude, you just follow an electronic signal. So like they, you know, it's crazy. So all these pilots, they don't really know where they're going. And then like, you know how like, I take JetBlue sometimes when I fly, and on JetBlue, they usually have like this little TV in front of you that shows you like your blip on the map where the plane is. Like, so like, I think it's just so people feel safe, dude. Like, you don't really know if that's where you really are. Like, it's just a picture they want you to have in your head, so you think you know where you are, so you don't.
Correct.
People don't bug out and be like, "Where are we? We're in the sky." You know.
It's just like the indoctrination when we were children. We get to school, the first thing they do, they point to a globe and say, "You live here," and we go, "Okay, I'm 5, and you're a teacher. I listen." And then we've never questioned it since. But you turn the globe upside down, and says, "This is only a toy. It's not for, you know, real life." And then what do? They make you put your hand, well, where your heart used to be, and they make you pledge your allegiance to a piece of cloth for a corporation. And everything God says not to do, that's what they make you do. So then what happens? You wake up and you realize they've been lying to you. And then what do? They trap you in the next one with Admiral Byrd and his circles and all this stuff. And then you think the final truth of life is flat Earth. Well, it's not. The way I look at it, it's puzzle pieces. If you take this piece of paper that, oh wait, I got to thank those. That's what. So you take this piece of paper, right? So each one of these. So let's say that one's flat Earth. This one's Mandela effect. This one's, I don't know, lizard people, cute stuff, whatever. This one, whatever. Each one of these is its own truth, but that's not the final answer. What I believe is you put them all together. I can't right now, but you do understand what I'm saying. You put them all together and they form a bigger picture. And to me, that is proving that we live on God's earth. Satan's allowed to run it. And we're here for a reason. And it's not to just, yes, sir.
Flat Earth did help my life out a lot, though.
Absolutely.
It changed my entire life.
100%.
It brought me closer to God. And that's why
everything did. Yep. Flat Earth brought me closer to God. The Mandela effect brought me closer to God. All these things. And it was funny because when I started doing the research like everyone else, every video seemed to somehow end talking about God and Satan or good and evil. And I remember asking my wife, why do we keep going here? And that's when I decided to look into that. And to me, that's the final truth. Is because once you figure out where you live, doesn't matter the shape of it. The main thing is you're special, not more special than anywhere else. We're all equally special in the eyes of God. He loves us all equally. We just have to know he's there. And that's what this is about.
I don't think anybody can really prove like the real shape. Like, you know, people try. It
No.
seems to be pretty flat.
We'll never be able to.
But like, that's the thing. Like, it still brought me closer to God. And that's the important part. And it made me realize that it's not what they're telling us it is. And then, you know, I look at things myself and try to figure it out. But
I mean, that's all we can hang our hat on is like based on the math they give us, it all falls apart, and that's provable. And you know, and there's no evidence of anything that supports what they have described as far as spinning or vacuum of space. You know, it's all presented as, you know, films and cartoons that are so fake looking they have to be real.
Right? Where is
yeah,
he?
I mean,
True.
Wait.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
if they have that Hubble telescope that can take pictures of space so far away. Why can't they turn it around and give us a real picture of the?
Yeah, zoom in on those.
New York City, like someone we know. We'll put someone in New York City, and they'll zoom in on them in real time, and we'll make sure it's someone that's like legit that we can trust. We'll put like 5 people. We'll have some witnesses.
But you know that we'll never be allowed to do that. That's the whole idea. But yes,
we should
it
at
would
least
be.
go into position and tell them that we're standing there, and that we're waving. And if people ask us what we're doing, we will just tell them that we are.
We're waiting for the Hubble.
Well, if we have to wait this long, when you guys get on your mission to Mars, will you take the picture at least? Try that.
Yeah, that's 3 years away. We got
on the way back to Saturn to pick up my rose. We'll stop by Mars.
Wait, where's my guy? Yeah. That's because Freddie was sleeping. That was funny, Ray. All right, so let's see. Where are we? Okay, let me finish out. Well, let me kill some of these tabs. Clickety click. We'll go here and here and here.
It's fun traveling to fictional places.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Well, that's the thing. Like I was a space kid, with Star Trek and Star Wars and stuff. So it's hard to let go of the ball, or space. But I'm going to put this one in the chat. I'm not going to play this whole thing because I don't know how people get. But it's if Star Trek was made now with the Libertarian edition.
I would like a large cola.
Your choice is unavailable.
Foie gras.
Your choice is unavailable.
Milk unpasteurized.
Your choice is unavailable.
Decent cheese.
Your choice is unavailable.
Cake.
Your choice is unavailable.
It's a wedding cake for my friend Sulu, who's marrying a guy.
You win this time.
Aha!
Anyways, it's from, who's this? Reason TV. And I'll throw this in there. It's pretty funny. But yeah, I was big into Star Trek. That's what my dad and we used to watch together. Yeah, Ray?
No, sorry.
Yeah.
I you know what? I was an engineer and I never got into Star Trek. It was something that just didn't
care about it.
It was like
I watched Star Wars, but I didn't watch Star Trek.
Well, that's the thing. They've done this to us our whole lives. Star Wars, Star Trek, all that. Yeah. And then okay. Let's see. So let me go back in here.
All the people that get into the fictional lore of the Star Trek, Star Wars movies and stuff like that. It's like
they even learn the languages.
They learn the languages and they track down, I mean, it's
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Wild how much time people sink into lore.
Luke Skywalker.
Talk about the Freemason signs. The Spock one is this, and I think the Freemason one is like that or something. It's almost identical.
Chewbacca.
Whoa, dude, you know how to do that pretty well.
Oh, well, many years of practice, I guess.
Yeah, confirmed right there.
Right? Illuminati confirmed.
Ray
exactly.
And I, made a
Russian will do a bit on me.
We're not going to make any symbols, right?
No,
we're not gonna.
No symbols.
Make any symbols.
We're sigil free.
Because we were watching all these other bands on TV doing all this Illuminati shit.
Yeah, well, I was gonna hear. Well, what's interesting is, let's see, where are we? We'll start here. People have talked about tattoos and stuff, and I found interesting on this. These children are in or young men. They're in Australia, and this is what they have to say.
Farming needs to stop. That's the single biggest driver of climate change.
So you see what they're pushing on our kids. They don't even know where their food comes from. They think their food comes from McDonald's or Walmart.
Farmers all over the country walked off the paddock today and took their...
And so now what's happening over in New Zealand, just like we had the truckers and the ones in Canada. Well, now all the farmers are doing the same thing. It's just, repeated history, making us argue and fight with the people that are in control that will care nothing. They don't care about these things. But what I found interesting was the facial tattoos. Now, when I understand there's Aboriginal thing, and I understand there's tribe things, and I get that. But I remember it wasn't too long ago that the first person I ever saw, other than someone in jail or whatever, a famous person with a tattoo, was Mike Tyson, and he put it on his face, and everyone started questioning if he had mental issues or whatever, and it was a weird thing. But now tattoos, not only they're getting so mainstream that what used to be a very small percentage, I think it's close to like 25% or so.
You ever see the teardrop tattoo that people get on their eye?
Yeah, I have seen that.
That has a lot of meaning to it. There's different ones, like if the teardrops are not filled in, if it's filled in, it all means.
And see, now you're back to those are like the whole idea of prisons and stuff. And when you look at the history of tattoos, it was actually to mark your slaves. That's where they started. But then it became a thing where they made it a cultural thing. And now we're in a scene where people don't even, like, it doesn't even make sense what they're getting. Like this gentleman. I'm not sure if he realizes it's permanent. Kill the audio. It's uncanny, the likeness, isn't it?
Oh my gosh.
And the hair's on the wrong side.
You have to live with that for the rest of your life. Have fun. And then once you get all fat, it changes shape, and you have to get it redone or like erased, or covered up.
It's fantastic.
It's a nightmare.
And so, tattoos can go really bad if you cheap out.
I have one tattoo, and I like it, but I kind of regret getting it now. I got it in my 20s when all my friends were getting tattoos, and now I kind of wish I didn't get it. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Well,
what is that one?
Well, these are bad tattoos. Someone wanted a picture of Cher, and they got that. Where's Freddie Fox? He's sleeping again. There we go. But this one's Michael Jackson. It's uncanny how much it looks like him. But the reason I bring this up is it's not to like, I'm not the guy that's going to say, oh, you have a tattoo, you're going to hell. No, that's not even it. Everybody I know pretty much has a tattoo. Even my wife's got one. But the way, this is the way it works, is God doesn't want you to cut yourself and tattoo and stuff like you did in the back in the day when someone was mourning a loss of a death and things like that. And it's morphed into where people think that that's immediately means, you can't make it into heaven. No, the question is, it's not whether you were deceived when you got your tattoo. It's now that you've woken up and you know who you are and you're a child of Christ, and you can do whatever you want. It's your body, do as thou will. But the question is why are you getting the tattoos at that point? Because if God doesn't want you to do it because he doesn't think it's healthy for you. Don't forget, the way you get a tattoo is you have to stick a needle in you, just like the other stuff that we say could potentially not be healthy. And so you have to get a needle, you have to penetrate into the skin in a way that, everything else, the way God set it up, either goes in through the holes that was already made. He never said, okay, you're going to need to inject yourself with things. And so there's some people that have proven maybe, or at least discuss it, that it could be an entry for demons, possibly. But regardless, how about this? You have to ask yourself why you're getting more. And is it for the glory of God, or is it to glorify yourself? And if you're doing to glorify yourself, is that what God wants you to do with your time and your money and so forth? So I'm not knocking people that have them. I'm just saying, like everything else, when you go get one, ask yourself what the reason is why you're doing it. And if you can justify the reason, then go for it. I'm just saying there's more to tattoos than they've told us. And there's it's getting so popular now. It's all over the mainstream. They're making all of our kids think that this is the new normal. This guy won his copyright infringement because of his, what do they call that? Sleeves and whatever. And so they're making it such a mainstream article. And now, even if anybody in the chat doesn't know who these people are, these are the influencers. These are the people that your children are watching and learning how to emulate. And
the
so
percentage of cops that you see in these First Amendment audits that have the tattoo sleeve,
Yeah.
you know, like all up the arm, male and female,
Yeah.
you know, is pretty high.
There's a lot of them now.
There's a lot of them that have gone that route of just doing the whole arm, you know.
They're almost like part of the uniform.
It is kind of like turned into like a little part of
Yeah.
the uniform. And
yeah. And when you see cops, not only are they having those tattoos and sleeves and stuff, but now, of course, they're wearing masks and things. They look just like the people they're arresting now. It's fascinating television. So, and if you care to, I have played this guy before. I listened to his sermons. He's got some really good information. This Vlad. He does a whole thing, breakdown on tattoos. I'll throw it in here when you get a chance. I highly recommend you check it out. Clickety click. There it goes. It's in there. And we'll throw it up here. There it goes. And oops, what am I doing? Paste.
Kind of feels like they're
There
holding
we
a
go.
lighter up to your skin when you're getting a tattoo. It feels like
Yeah.
they're holding a flame on your skin, and you can't move. You got to sit there and just take it so they don't mess it up.
Yeah.
And when they get around the bone, it's like I got it on my ribs. It really, really hurt.
So, yeah. But that's my little on thing on tattoos. And like I said, you can go over this. He does a really good breakdown, and somebody drew cartoons to it, and he goes over the Bible passages that discuss it. And again, everyone makes their own decisions. You can read into it, but just, you know, what are we doing things for? Are we doing these for ourselves, or are we doing these things for God? So that's all I have to say on tattoos. And go off of this.
where's that word come from? Do you know?
You know, I'm not sure. I didn't look that up.
It sounds like to me.
It does, doesn't it?
But maybe not. I mean, they have the tribal tattoos. There's a lot of people who get Native American style tattoos. So maybe maybe it was something. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
something they started.
Well, I did see in that video that I put in the chat, he discusses about how it was brought around the world by the people on the ships. They went to places where they had tattoos, and then they brought it to different countries. And that's the story as it
It's
goes.
probably been going on forever.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's just once again another story they teach us that who
I
knows
think
how much
Eve
is
had
true.
a tramp stamp.
It's back there. No one can see it but me. I mean, yeah.
Eve
From the Garden of Eden. I
Oh,
think.
Eve had a tramp stamp. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You
They
guys
put
are
some
something
kind of-
else.
They put some kind of mark on Cain, but I don't know. I never seen it. Have you ever seen a picture of the mark they put on Cain?
No.
I've been looking for it. If you can find it, let me know.
It's actually a candy cane.
Well, I'm saying they put.
Oh
it
my
says in the
goodness.
Bible,
These
it
are going
says in
too
the Bible
fast.
That they vanished Cain from from
Yeah.
the Garden of Eden, and God put a mark on him so that no other people would harm him. Right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
What kind of a mark was it? I want to see it. Was it a
And see, that's
tattoo?
another question too, because obviously there is other land that we're not allowed to see. How do you know? Because when Cain kills Abel, what do? They banish him. Where does he go?
Yeah, that was it.
Where does he
Only
go?
Adam
And then he ends up with a whole family. Where'd that come from? So there's more to the story that they're cutting out. There's like a bunch of books that have been taken out of the Bible, including Enoch.
Well, when you find all the books and you locate them all, let me know.
Well, I've got some in this old Bible, the I don't know how you say it. There's certain books that are
I heard
in.
that there was over 200 books, and now there's only
Wow.
66.
Yeah.
66. So if 200 books are really missing, over 200, that's a lot. I don't know if it's true, but that's what my research has said.
I guess it's hard to hear you, Ray. Just make sure you get.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if it's true, but my research has shown that it's over 200 books that are missing. Like there was over 200 books, and now it's down to 66.
I think in one of those books it says that the mark that he put on Cain was a thumbs down emoji.
Ray,
Yeah.
more. What?
He's like thumbs
More.
down.
You got to do that. There you go.
I'm late.
He just wanted everyone to know, like, this guy, dude,
I'm the most
thumbs
late-
down on this.
I'm the
action.
most latest guitar player in history. I come in late.
I don't feel dirty.
All right. So let's see. Where are we at? We'll go back up here. Having fun? I'm having fun. You guys still doing okay?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. All right. Clickety click. We covered Star Trek. This is why people are wondering why we're having so much trouble with people just going along with the program. We're so conditioned now that if someone presents any kind of authority to us, we're so beaten down and conditioned that we'll just comply without even asking. Here's a guy that decided to do his little stunt where he walked in front of a store. He has someone filming him, and he has a lint roller, and you'll see the rest. Not even asking why they're doing it. They just complying. Is that fascinating or what?
It's crazy.
That's the trouble we're in. Is that something?
You know, I had one of those full pat downs. You know, the detector, and they're like, "Do you realize that you're gonna get the pat down?"
Why did you refuse to go through the detector? Because of the magnet? You don't want to.
Yeah, I'm not going through.
I went through it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and they just.
Well, then they just assault you. That's what they always do to my wife.
Yeah.
It's just a way to, and the TSA guys have even less training than cops, and most of them probably like couldn't get anywhere in real life, so now they can abuse people and molest them when they go through the line. It's sick.
I saw this one woman that was getting the pat down from another woman, and as the woman's like, you know, patting her down, she's like starting to like move her hips around and everything like that, and
it did look like an MRI machine to me when I was in it. It was weird.
Oh yeah, you know how creepy it is.
You can
dude?
see the people that are going through it, like their naked bodies, like the women and everything.
Yeah, you see the whole anatomy.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And then if they like something, then they pull them aside so they can, you know, grope them and stuff. It's sad.
Yeah, they do.
It's exactly what's going on.
Yeah,
I had a big debate with my family. They did. No one in my family believed me that there was like a person that could that it would show the naked body, and that people in a booth up above actually watch all these naked bodies go by.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like I was making this up, or this was a conspiracy or something like that. And sure enough, like all we had to do is like spend 10 seconds or, you know, a minute looking, and all the details of like how they operate and what the laws are. You know, they basically, they can't see the people in the booth can see all the kids and all the parents going through the scanner, and they see their naked bodies, but they can't see them at the gate. So they can't, place the body with the actual picture of the person.
That's what they tell you. That's what they tell you.
Before the 7-Eleven was an inside job thing, it wasn't like that. Like,
no.
People could carry their guns on the plane underneath. You know
and do you remember that they told you that 2 weeks is all we had to do, just like they said this last time? They start with 2 weeks, and now look where we are. It's been longer than 2 weeks, and we're still taking our shoes off to get on a plane. So, yeah. And
that's
then
why we're doing our flat yard barbecue tour. You know, it's on the road. We're just gonna.
We're saving up. We're getting there.
We'll get there. You'll get there.
Donations, and
you know what? You know what? You're probably halfway there, and you'll make it. I swear.
We'll make it.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially with you helping us.
We're gonna make it after all.
That's right. So,
hey,
without
there's
even reading,
a pretty large crowd watching tonight. How many people are in the?
Yeah, there was 110.
I think there's at least 200, 300 in here now. No, but 100. Thank you all for being here. That's a great number.
Rockfin? Are we on Rockfin?
We are in Rockfin, and we have 4 people over there. Love you all. We're still over there.
Rockfin?
What's up, Rockfin? And so this, without even going too far into it, I can't talk about these things, but the government can. So they say now that only certain people need this. Okay, great. But then there's this story. Boston University researchers claim to have developed a new, more lethal strain in a lab. Why? Supposedly they found one that I know.
I'm so sick. I'm just so sick of seeing this face.
But even so, why is Boston University making one that has an 80% kill rate? What is the point? What's the purpose?
You don't understand, dude. You're just
What does it say about
you're
Boston?
too level-headed. You gotta turn up the crazy, bro.
Oh, okay. I see what you did there. But yes. Yeah, Boston, Ray. You guys, you just developed a new, more lethal strain of the current thing because we didn't, the one we had wasn't scary enough.
They're trying to open a bio lab in my neighborhood too, which is weird. Something weird is going on here in Boston. Yeah.
Yeah. And no, it's Aaron, they didn't discover it. They actually made it. It says they've developed it. Isn't that great? The same thing we were bitching about China supposedly did. Now we just do it. Great.
I was supposed to go to the protest, but I didn't go because I've been practicing my music.
This is
band's
the
a priority.
This is the beginning of the, it's like the Cold War because can't we see now like a response maybe to the fact that we've got such a lethal strain? Maybe the Russians will develop a more lethal strain, and then before you know it, we'll have like
it'll be the new nuclear war, right?
Like the release of something, like a warfare grade version of these things.
Like a bio.
So and they'll take away the nuclear scare and they'll turn it into just all bioweapons again.
Yeah.
Well, they've done it before, didn't they? Do it with anthrax for a while, and they did it with.
They say it's the cheapest type of weapon that you could possibly make.
Dude, this whole thing may just be an entree into this next wave of terror, which is to basically get another Cold War going, especially with what's happening in the Ukraine and stuff like that. But I could just see a massive buildup on both sides of like deadlier strains.
Well, the United States already said that they don't fight with germs anymore, so I think we'll be all right.
Well, here's the way I look. Yeah, right. Here's the way I look at it. I follow the things and the things that you can and can't talk about. Now, for a while, you couldn't talk at all about the stuff that we're having on the screen. I still stay away from saying it because I don't care, the bots or whatever. But right now, there's some things that it seems like you can't talk about. One of them, they tell us if we discuss the war in Ukraine and they don't like what we say, that they can take your channel down. And the other thing is, if you try to talk about what's happening, say, in the current climate of things, you run a risk there. So in my mind, again, this is just like the rest of the things. It's just out there, a big boogeyman to scare us. What they're really going to do the damage with, I believe, is when they start doing under the guise of saving the planet, because they've already started.
Right.
And so they can decide you're using too much electricity, using too much water, you eating too much meat, you da-da-da. They're going to,
As soon as they say the word planet or the word globe, they're lying. Like global warming.
Yeah. And so, and then I'm not going to play this, but here's a doctor. He's a vet, and he basically describes the exact same thing that we're discussing that's affecting humans. And he's discussing how after he's seen dogs that have gotten these different vaccine, whatever stuff, they're coming down with cancers and stuff, and they're having lifespans that are only like 7 years instead of 15 or longer. And and what is he gets shut up. And in fact, if you watch this video, when he's discussing all the deaths and stuff that he's seen, the people in the Congress or whatever, they're yawning.
Oh yeah.
There's another one where they're on their phones. Where is it? Somewhere here. I don't know why I'm having issues with this. Well, of course I do, because they don't want me talking about this stuff.
I think they test them on the dogs before they give them to us. I think it's the same shit they're putting in us. They just test it on the animals first.
It's possible,
dude.
But anyways, you guys can look at it. I put it in the chat. But so then, like I said, did you know Mississippi right now is in a crisis? They're trying to make it a racial thing, but the main issue is, I don't know how long it's gone on now, but there's 150,000 residents that don't have water to like even flush toilets and stuff.
Wow.
But yet we're going to go and spend all that money to get new pictures of stars in space,
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's a crisis happening.
People need help here.
Yeah. We'll never spend money on infrastructure and helping people because that's not what they're stealing our money for. And I thought this was interesting because I want to talk about food, of course. And this is a frozen pizza section in Wisconsin. And he's like, I'm wondering if they're trying to make us unhealthy. And this is not edited. Look at all the pizzas in this one store.
I eat so many of those pizzas, though. I love them.
I know. Hey, we all have our weaknesses, the stuff that's not good for us. I get it.
We just ate a pizza like that 10 minutes ago before the show.
The best thing you can do is A, don't eat a lot of processed stuff, and B, try to find, if it's possible, the thing that has the less amount of chemicals and stuff. Like some of these real cheap ones, I'm sure, just cardboard, But look how many there are. It's still going.
Still going, yeah.
There's one section in one store.
All it is cheese.
Dude, I've been to this store. This is Pizzas R Us.
Yeah. It's like all they have left. All the shelves are empty.
Yeah, look, there's still more. This is even the cheapest ones. They don't even have a label. It's just saran wrap.
How many? That is a lot of pizzas, dude.
That's a lot of pizzas.
A shitload of pizza.
It's a shitload of pizza. And let's see, we covered that already. I thought this was great. This dog, he smells the chicken on the grill below. Is that fantastic?
Oh my gosh. That's so funny. My dog.
I just love it. It's fantastic.
My dog has a nose on her.
There's that. Okay, so let's talk about meat. That's another thing that's a big, what's the problem with meat? So I'm not going to get into the whole discussion of should you be a vegetarian or not. That's for another show. Again, everyone has their own decisions on that. The Bible's clear on it that you're allowed to eat it. Everything that comes from God is good if you bless it. But again, just because something's right doesn't make it right. You make your own call. The question is, what exactly are you eating and what are the dangers? So like I was just saying, Ray, about the pizzas and try to find like the better ones, because when you look at meat, and I looked into, okay, so what are the health concerns of meat? Well, we know you eat too much, you can get heart disease. They say you can get cancer, all these things that we've heard about. Okay, great. I obviously think whoever's this is that's not even probably meat, but moving on. So we know about the different things they tell us about meat. This is what they're pushing. Is this, of course, it's an Israeli company that is pushing.
Could soon be 3D printed. That's
3D printed meat?
Yeah. 3D printed meat.
Nice.
Right? Look at it. Doesn't it look beautiful?
Oh my gosh, that looks real.
Doesn't it?
It's got to be real.
It has to be real because it looks so fake, right?
That looked like a juicy steak right there.
The future of food. And so it's just, what's his name? He warned us about that. Where'd he go? You guys are over here. This guy.
Soylent Green, made out of people.
What a good actor. But oh wait, where'd you go? You're over here. So yeah, they go on a computer and they put in the modeling of fat that they want. And then just like that thing I was showing you on Star Trek, see, they showed us, they wanted us to like it. They indoctrinated us with it. And now we get to actually do it. And so they'll create meat and made out of plants and stuff. And it just looks gross.
You could actually customize the marble pattern.
Yes.
You could get an initial thing. So everyone gets a steak that has, the
see, you can increase the marbling. See?
Yeah. No, you could do patterns. You could do pictures. Yeah. You could do like, put rock stars on your steak.
Rock stars.
Yeah. Actual rose, if you want a rose steak.
All right. So there's this, which God knows what it actually is. So let's go with the one everybody knows, the Impossible Burger, right? What's in the Impossible Burger? So you want to be a nice person and you don't want to save the planet and not eat cows. So now you're going to eat this, but nobody even knows what's in it. There's a lawsuit right now that's still ongoing. This is from last year. Because here's my question. I've never understood why vegetarian people or vegans or whatever would want to eat a product that mimics meat, specifically bloody meat. They put a specific thing in here to make this look red and bloody. And I've never understood that process behind it. But when you go into this Impossible Burger, and look into this, there's all kinds of things. Like, for instance, real bacon, pork, water, salt, sugar, and seasoning. Fake bacon, I can't even say these words. Oops, I don't know if we can make that larger. I guess not. Can't even say these. Same thing with this. Can't even succinylate disomoglutamate, not 44 other ingredients on plant-based. But they hear plant and they think, oh, well, it's got to be better for me. And so there's a lot of stories about what's in this, okay? But what I decided to do was I went on the Impossible Burger website and I looked up their ingredients, which they list here. And for those of us in the Mandela Effect community, I remember this as nutritional facts, but apparently it was never that. It's always been nutrition facts. So I don't know if that's new for some people. So what's your ingredients? Well, the first ingredient is water. Well, that's good because, they go in order of how much is in something. And then there's soy protein concentrate.
Sure.
And so I looked up that about soy and all this. And then it says, where is it? So, of course, if you have allergies, it's not good. But it says common side effects are digestive upsets, constipation, diarrhea. They're saying it's safe for women who've had breast cancer or risk for breast cancer, but uncertain as to whether they're safe. I don't know. But then it says they're not sure if it's safe. And then it says it can be more. Anyways, if you're pregnant, don't eat this. So what are we putting in our bodies? So then what's the next thing on the list? The next thing is sunflower oil. So the side effects of sunflower oil could be inflammation, allergic reactions, blood sugar increase, toxicity, and weight gain. All right. What's next in your burger? Coconut oil. Ingesting large amounts of coconut oil can cause diarrhea, cramps, and gastrointestinal discomfort. All right. And then potentially bad cholesterol release higher. And then it has natural flavors. There's nothing natural about natural flavors. All that means is the FDA has not officially defined this term, and it can be used to describe almost any type of food. So in the case of a natural flavor, it says the original source must be a plant or animal. And so, but by contrast, our original artificial flavor is synthetic. Okay, but what is natural? That's the question. So when you look at, where is it? Maybe it's the next one. Natural flavors. Shellac is used on Skittles. Lysistine is an amino acid that's used in pizza and crackers, is extracted from human hair or duck feathers. Castoreum, the natural raspberry flavor, comes from the anal glands of beavers secreted to mark their territory. Carrageenan is a starch.
I already knew that.
It's a various type of algae.
We covered that on my show.
The raw, unprocessed Irish moss. Let's see. So on and on and on. And vanilla flavoring is actually beaver butt cheese or whatever.
Dude,
beaver butt sauce.
Beaver?
I've always wondered who walked up and went, I think we're going to squeeze the ass of that beaver and see what comes out. Whatever comes out, I'm eating it. I mean, when did that happen? It's like the first guy in football that slapped a guy on the butt for a good score instead of high five. Like, how did that go over? I'm just curious
Tommy,
how these
just
things...
squeeze it. Tommy. You're squeezing it wrong, Tommy.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I want some ice cream. Go grab that beaver. God. Okay.
Holy crap, this one's a screamer.
Oh, God. Oh, leave it to beaver. That's next. Oh, and then we had, let's see, we did the beavers. Then you got mythocellulose.
Oh, dude, I had some of that earlier.
Did you? Well, it could cause, once again, isn't this interesting? They all have the same symptom: irritable bowel syndrome, trouble swallowing, pain, nausea, stomach vomiting, whatever. You might not be able to poop, constipated for more than a week. Those are all potential side effects. What's the next one on the list? Sounds like a great burger so far. Cultured dextrose. Cultured dextrose is a food additive. Do I have anything on that one? Yeah. So cultured dextrose, produced by culturing sugars, is natural way, However, it's been linked with numerous side effects, including upset stomach, fatigue, and increased thirst. All right. Well, they'll send you more sodas, I guess. If you're eating this burger, you get thirsty. And then there's yeast extract. Couldn't find anything really bad on that. Yeast is used for a lot of making processes and fermentations and stuff. So I kind of left that one alone because there's plenty more to add. Look, like maltodextrin,
yeah.
And so that is known to be with diabetes, gut bacteria, side effects, allergic reaction, weight gain, gas, flatulence, bloating, skin irritation, asthma, cramping, difficult breathing. So there's that. What else do we have on our list? This burger's sounding more and more beautiful. Then you've got, let's see, we'll just go on here. Let's see, natural mixed whatever. And the side effects on that, which could cause nausea, diarrhea, stomach cramps, tiredness, blurred vision, dizziness, headache. Basically, all the symptoms they say you might have the current disease going around. It's kind of fun. L-tryptophan side effects. You could go on. Every single one of these things. Same thing: stomach pain, vomiting, diarrhea, blurry vision. Zinc glutate, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, blah, blah, blah. Unpleasant taste in your mouth. That's always good when you're eating a burger. The Mayo Clinic has decided that, see, and that's the other thing they tell you. They'll write something like this. They'll say thiamine hydrochloride, and they say it's vitamin B1. But when you look at what it actually, like vitamin C, a lot of times is something kind of, what is it? I can't think of it. It's a type of acid where it's not actually vitamin C in the stores. You have to look for it. But, this is niacin. So niacin, they say, is generally safe. But again, skin, let's see, dizziness, rapid heartbeat, itching, nausea, vomiting, all the same ones again. Niacin. And here's the other one about thiamine, which is supposed to be vitamin B1. But when you look at that, what can happen? It can cause flushing, hives, itching, weakness, sweating, nausea, and restlessness. And there may be other side effects. Call your doctor. So there's that. In addition to, there's peroxide. I should know this. Hydroxide peroxide.
Pyridoxine oxide.
He's the guy that made that visual from hydrogen peroxide. What is his name? Peroxide doxine. But yeah.
Oxide.
Thank you. Yes, I've always had issues with that. So upset stomach, headache, sleepiness. So you see the pattern here. Same thing here. This is, what is this one? Riboflavin, and it's going to be the same side effects that you're looking for. Let's see. Oh no, I said riboflavin is actually one of the minor ones. All it can do is supposedly cause your urine to have more yellow color, but it supposedly doesn't have any side effects. So unless you notice some, and then talk to your doctor, it says. And then I think we're almost done here.
Ribopicin.
Nice, right? And here's another one, vitamin B12, generally safe, but then you also can get all these symptoms again, the same things as before. And we're not even done. Now we get to the meat of the thing. Oh, I like how I said that. The meat of the thing. Why is Impossible Burger red? Why does Impossible Burger look like it's bleeding? Well, Occam's razor, some people say, is its location here in Redwood, California, which is 10 minutes away from the Planned Parenthood in Redwood City, but that's just going a little far. So let's find out exactly why they say. They say it's because of the heme. The heme is made specifically for the Impossible Burger. And it's the magic ingredient in Impossible Burger. And they say it's by taking the DNA from a soy plant, and then they create this heme, which is the building block, which they say in meat is the thing that we crave. They figured out that we don't like the meat. There's a binding agent in the meat called heme, and that's what we crave. And so they went into a soy plant and they drug it out and they injected it into something. And for some reason, it comes out of the soy plant like blood when they create it. So that's what the heme looks like. To me, it looks just like blood. And that's their secret ingredient. And in fact, the FDA doesn't even have all the final testing on it. They've given no opinion on whether this thing is good or bad. Why? Because they didn't even do animal testing. They did very minimal animal testing because they're supposedly supposed to save animals. That's why you're eating this product. And they're going to test it on rats. And so they didn't even do enough for the FDA to have an opinion on it. So they just stay out of it and say, we think it's safe. That's how they go about that. Because when you actually look into heme, you can't find anything about it. It's just known as the red ingredient that makes it appear to bleed. That's it. Try to tell me exactly what it is other than what you get from, this cartoon. Again, be wary of cartoons. This is what they say they're doing with the cartoons. I have no evidence that they're actually doing this. And it doesn't make sense that you draw soy from a plant and it turns into blood. But hey, I'm no scientist. I don't wear a white coat. So
as a kid, we used to ask our dad for like a little more blood on our, steak when we like get steak for dinner, and he'd slice it up at the end of the table. We used to have like the dinner around the table. Dad would be slicing the meat and everything, and we'd ask him, for a little more blood on the thing, and he'd like scoop it out and everything. I guess nowadays, people be asking for a little more heme.
Yeah. I don't like bloody things, but yeah. But you see the FDA, they have no decision because they didn't conduct any of the long-term animal studies needed to determine if it's harmful to human health. So it's really never been tested. We're the test subjects. So in, a couple of years from now, or 5-10 years, we'll see what's happening to the people that are eating these Impossible Burgers. Because this is the Impossible Burger site, and they're like, they talk about how it really hurt them to kill these rats, and they only did as many as they needed. But once again, then the FDA says, well, there's not enough to even give you a decision, so we're not gonna. So look for these. You can go on. This was a good site. I think I'll throw this one in the chat. It goes over all the different products and their ingredients, and it's got quite a few. So if you see something on the thing you're eating, look and see what it is, because that's the thing. The food that we're eating, a lot of it's not food, and we don't even know that. Like, I don't touch fast food anymore. We actually tried the other day. We went to a place out here on the West Coast. It's called Taco Time, and it's not as bad as Taco Bell, but it's still fast food. And what I used to be able to eat there, we brought it home, and neither my wife or I could finish it. Like, something's changing in our palates, along with everything else in our body. And I think as you cleanse yourself, not just your soul, but as you cleanse your system, even if you're eating meat, just depends on what you're eating. Are you eating processed food? Or are you trying to grow your own food, or eat from like a local butcher, that kind of thing? The less chemicals I think we put into our system, either by drinking, eating, or injecting, whatever, the better our system has of cleansing itself. Because God made this system perfect. We're no accident. And he didn't say, hey, in 20 years, you're going to need to get things shot into you. No, he has a self-cleaning system. The problem is everything in our world is so much chemicals that we don't have time to heal ourselves. At least that's the way I see it. So,
yeah.
Okay, where are we at? So we covered food. I think we got rid of that. And we got to clear that and clear that and clear that. I think we got all those done. Yes.
If the healing can't keep pace with the damage that's being done, then it's only a matter of time before,
the system breaks
just-
down.
The system
Yeah.
breaks down.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Where are we at? Doing a marathon. You guys still doing okay?
Yeah.
All right. Let me kill the rest of these tabs, then we can maybe do one more song, and then we'll work on out of here. So let's see. Clicky click. I thought this was funny.
Ouais, je l'avais en format PDF. Attends, voir. Ah oui, c'est possible que je te l'ai donné. Oui. Non, mais c'est Minecraft qu'il voulait. C'est Minecraft. Mais il m'a dit Minecraft. Mais non, papa, c'est Minecraft. Mais où t'as trouvé ça? C'est pas possible.
Did you see this? So apparently, according to this video, the little grandson asked for Minecraft, and the grandfather thought he said Mein Kampf.
That's funny.
He's like, where the heck did you even get this? All right, so there's that. Then there's then there's this. Memeology, I like to listen to this guy. He's got some good stuff. So let's speed up here. We'll go there.
Tyler Kistner and his funding from super PACs, that is how they're trying to hold me accountable. I will never stop standing up for Big Pharma and standing against my constituents.
Thank you, Andy.
I will never stop standing up for Big Pharma and standing against my constituents.
Stop talking. Be quiet for several days.
Was that thing that joke? She said the soft thing loud and the loud thing soft.
Yeah.
And then, of course, in case you're not afraid enough, don't worry, because now Joe Biden is telling us there's a wave of cancer coming. Again, how do they predict these things?
Sure.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with what's been going on the last 2 years. What she's saying is because everyone chose to sit at home, they weren't getting tested. But why does that mean we're going to get cancer? Because you're not getting tested.
I think Joe Biden knows how to brush his own teeth or tie his own shoes.
Well, he has people to do
she
that for
probably
him.
knows about her husband's investment in a cancer testing and screening company that is set to detect cancer in just about falsely detect it. I don't know. I could just see. I could see this all attaching to some knowledge that she has of another, a set of companies that are going to build their profit system off of detecting cancers in the body at an unbelievable rate, and it's going to skyrocket the amount of people that are detected with it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. Because if oh shoot, what was that? I was about to tell you they did this once before. Yeah, Al Gore. He's set to become the first billionaire due to all the stuff going on with green energy and the changings of our climate and stuff.
Yeah.
And so
the Al Gore rhythms.
Yeah. Oh, nice. There you go. That's the yes. That's what I was looking for. So okay, what's next? Oh, who was it that sent me this? Was it Tommy T4? It's just this new commercial, and they take their car really high up, and they see that. So again, it's just more mockery in plain sight that we're in a closed system, Truman Show kind of stuff. And
that might have been RV. Who knows?
No, that was a commercial for that.
Oh no! RV just did a video of with that commercial in it in the front.
Oh, okay. Well, it's circling around probably because I got it from one of my.
Do you see at the end of the commercial they get to the top and they're guys that are painting the top?
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, I've gone on trips with my wife and Jen, and we went to a volcano and we found red bricks in it. And this gal here, she did the same thing. She went to her volcano area and she found, a lot of the same things. She even has some right angle bricks that she finds.
Man.
But
yeah,
I'm not finding the parts.
Trying to find one with a really Notice.
But in any case, which channel is that? This is the Melted Truth. And so what I feel is all these scenes that we see, and this is really graceful, and she's got a great channel too to check out. But she did this video on the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. And the reason I'm bringing this one up, besides I recommend you should go check it out, you can find multiple videos where they go over these balls of sulfur in this area that's supposed to be where Sodom and Gomorrah happened. And you don't find these anywhere else in the world. It's just here. And so what we think is, something that was carved, I believe they've been destroyed from some event. And God talks about all the different events where he's done judgment. And I'm not sure. I'm not looking. I can't find. But in any case, there is evidence of different things that have happened in the Bible. Just you can look for it. The videos are still out there. And what I believe is, let's see. Oh, you're right. Here's the one from Russian Vids. You're right. He did do this one. This one. I forgot to show you this. So another guy, John Levi. I think he likes having us not know. It's fantastic. I'm pretty sure it's Levi. But
I think he likes to wear Levi's too. I don't know.
Does he? That's fantastic. But I found that I like putting him at like 1 1/4 speed because it sounds faster.
A segment being so recent, but the narrative read so similarly. Donating land, a vision, a stupid vision. Vision? Whose vision? That all feels nice and good, but is it realistic? Again, the streets, the horse and wagon, not even a good model. Spokane business community people hope to locate the courthouse in the central business district of the city. Rural communities in Spokane County wanted a more rural location. In 1893, they have a contest. So this guy was chosen. There was a second place, and there was a third place. They gave out $500 for a third place.
And actually, I looked into this story. I think it was like last week or so. They actually gave out prizes past that. There was I think like a $300 or $200 winner, and another one, $100 winner. And that those days, that's a lot of money that they're just throwing around for no reason whatsoever, including the resources to build this. But wait, there's more. So you want to tell me, okay, they had the know-how, they had the resources, they had the people, they had the horses, so they could do this, right? But wait, there's more.
What for? Well, why not just piss this money away? Construction began in 1894 by this contractor Fotheringham. Anyway, we'll skip down a little bit. And in 1895, the building opened and the officials moved in. Yes. Ding. A 1-year construction. I could just end the video here, really. Or I could just wad up any notes that I have and walk away. 1
year. 1 year. So I don't care how much material you have.
Fair stuff.
Right? I don't care how many donkeys or mules or workhorses you have. I don't care what kind of pulley system. 1 year to build this. They couldn't do that today with all the amazing stuff that we have. Give me a break. So that's the thing when you want to talk about these narratives. Someone explained to me, I don't care if they had the best people on it and the best horses and whatever and the best pulley system. 1 year. Find it very, I find that horseshit.
They're lying to us.
I've seen that one.
Yeah.
1 year. That's ridiculous.
All right, let's see. We cover. Let's see the sizzles. Oh, and I found this one, by the way, where we were covering the Lincoln Memorial. Look, there's the horses.
Yeah.
But the building's already up. Where's all the construction garbage? There's a little bit here, but not for the monstrosity of this building. And where are all the workers? Where's anything? None of it makes sense. Their pictures don't add up. Again,
It's
why
like,
would you build it in the middle
it's
of nowhere?
like the plain parts in Shanksville.
You're getting that guitar thing down great. I love it.
They just kind of threw a few plain engines out there, and they're like, look what happened in Shanksville.
How did they get all this out here? I don't see where. How did they drag it through this? What kind of horse crawls through this? It's weird. Anyways, I think that's it on that. And okay, real quick. For those because I talked about, I don't know if Finn's still here, but Jay Surreal Camera, he died. Very unfortunate. He took a pill that had fentanyl laced in it, and it killed him. And
Who was
so,
that?
a First Amendment auditor.
They make the fentanyl in China, and it's not the same as like what they give you as anesthesia in the hospital here. And there's hot spots in it where like it's really like strong, one little section. People get it, and then there's one that's called car fentanyl, and that's an elephant tranquilizer, and you can't tell the difference. And some people get the elephant one, and it kills them.
Wow. Well, yeah, and so because of that, I was looking into, because there's many articles you can look into that CIA has worked with hallucinogenics and did different programs and stuff using them. And then, of course, I've talked about how they're doing cannabis, they're growing it, and they've been doing, using it as a truth serum and different things over the years. They're also the ones that created the fake weed that I think was killing a lot of people last few years ago. So I forget the name of it. And so, yeah. And so, look into this. Everything they can use as a weapon against us. But what I found is we just have to be careful of what we're getting and where we're getting it from. It's just like looking at processed food. The more we ingest things that comes from the government resources, we don't know what's in it. We don't know what they're testing on us next.
It turns out to be poison in the end.
Yeah, right?
It always does.
But seems to, doesn't it?
20 years for people to figure it out. And then after that, it turns out to be poison.
And I thought these were interesting because, they're a big push on, they wanted all our kids to start vaping. And now they're showing commercials where it's killing everyone. So they close these, but they'll open these. Because why? Because the government's going to eventually legalize it and then sell their stuff to us. Like this. Okay, step away from the mildly psychoactive weed, or you'll lose your license to prescribe the highly addictive, sometimes deadly opioids. Anyways, so here we are. All right. I think I covered quite a bit. We covered many topics. Been going for a marathon. Got the band here. And I think that's pretty much all I have to talk about. I definitely want to hear one more song from you guys. And then we'll do our final thoughts.
You got it, Ceiling Fan Man.
All right. So let me change the audio here, everyone that's still here. Thank you all that you're still here. Let's say stereo audio. All right. For your listening pleasure.
Is this coming out 2 channels? Because we only hear you in the left ear. I don't know if the music is coming out. Does it come out?
I hear it in both.
You hear it in both?
Yeah. All right. So for your listening pleasure, once again, I present Love Path.
It was about everything, everything's a lie. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. And it was about everything, everything's a lie. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. The light was about the shape of earth. No, it's flat, the earth is fucking flat. It's flat, it's flat. night it was about 9/11. There was no blatant man attack. That attack, it was attack on us, on us, on us, on us, on us. The night it was all in the news. Every single day. It's all lies. It's all lies. It's all fake. It's all lie. The night was about everything's a lie. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. The night it was about everything's a lie. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. There was no that attack, it was an attack on us, on us, on us, on us.
Level
We have one more.
Oh,
No,
all right.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes. Where am I? Here, I'll come back here. What do you guys think? Everyone in the chat having a good time? I am. I am.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
I'm doing my thing. You doing your thing?
Yeah, we're doing that. How did that sound?
Everyone's liking it.
You sure?
Everyone's great.
We didn't
Yeah.
get any negative comments?
Nah, I don't think so. I just boot them if they say anything
No,
negative.
that's fine.
No, actually, you've got a lot of people throwing underwear to the stage, so that's kind of cool. Yeah. Right? Yeah. A lot of people. There was bras and panties and Speedos. Everything was flying at the camera.
That's never happened to me before.
Yep. Yep. So it's happening now. It's happening. There's a lot of naked people in the chat right now. It's like as bad as Woodstock right now. Don't eat the brown acid.
Which is, they don't say it no more.
I know. Isn't that wild? I heard that on Ray's show. Yeah. Do you know that, Christian? That saying, don't eat the brown acid at Woodstock? It's not there anymore. So, but yes. Okay. Where are we at? You guys want to do one more? I think we're pretty much getting ready to speed out of here.
If you want to like say your prayer that you always say, we'll say a prayer. And then after that, we'll play one more to take us out.
Okay. Actually, what I want was, I think I might do this time. Where is it? Because I appreciate it. People do like the prayers that I say. But tonight I thought I was going to read, it's called the Song of Moses. Is that Deuteronomy 32? And the reason I want to read it is it really talks about, like we always talk about the things about how God, he's loving, he's forgiving, he's all these wonderful things. But if someone stole your child and ran away with it, you wouldn't be so happy with that person that took your child. You'd probably want to go all Liam Neeson on him. And so, by the way, that changed too. He never says the line he did. It's changed. But in any case.
Can you change your audio setting
back
to the other thing?
Thank you.
I didn't even notice it. You see how good of an air he has?
He's amazing. Yes. Is that better?
Now, yeah, you do sound better though.
So, so the idea is if someone stole your child, you probably wouldn't think happy thoughts of that person. And so what God says is that we had all this information and our ancestors forgot it. And they got enslaved. They cried out and he saved us. But here we are again. We've probably never been more a godless society than we are right now, except for the Sodom and Gomorrah days. And so besides the fact that God's loving and forgiving and patient and all those things, at the same time, his children are in pain. His children have been taken away, but not just they've been like carted off without them knowing. They've also made decisions throughout their lives to either know God's there or not. And so that's what part of this test is. We have free will. All the crosswords are given to us on a daily basis. It's what we make of it and whether we choose to have God in our life or not. So what does he say? If you choose not to have God in your life and you forsake him, then you're going to get wrath. And that's why I believe it's so important to discuss the melted building topic, is because it's evidence of God's wrath. It proves, in my mind, that events have happened. And we don't know what fervent heat is or what God's wrath is. But all I can tell you is this. It's no bueno from what I'm reading. And you should do your best to stay out of it or stay out of the way of it. So he says, this is the Song of Moses. Give ear, O you heathen, or excuse me, heathens. Give ear, O you heavens, and I will speak, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. And he goes through and he says, let's see. I will publish the name of the Lord. He is the rock. His work is perfect, and all his ways are judgment. God of truth, without iniquity. He's just and right. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is the spot, not the spot of his children. They are perverse and crooked generation. Do you thus requite the Lord, you foolish people and unwise? Is not he thy father that has brought thee, has not made thee and established thee? Remember the days of old, consider the many generations. When the Most High divided the nations and their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of children of Israel. Now we're back to the children of Israel. That doesn't necessarily mean a country. He's talking about a people, God's people. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. And he goes over that. But here he says, where is it? Let's see. They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods, and abominations provoked him to anger. I mean, we have the strange gods right now. They're all in the movie theaters. It's the Marvel universe and stuff. They're teaching us those are the heroes. They sacrificed unto devils, not to God, to gods whom they knew not, to gods that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them because of the provoking of his sons and daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be, for they're a very forward generation, children whom there is no faith. They have moved me to jealousy, that to which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities. I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled in mine anger, and shall burn into the lowest hell, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap mischief upon them, and I will spend my arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger and devoured with burning heat, with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of the beast upon them, and the poison of the serpents of the dust. The sword without and the terror within shall destroy both young man and the virgin, and the suckling with many, the man with many gray hairs. I said I would scatter them to the corners. I would make the remembrance of them cease from among men. Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries shall behave themselves strangely, unless they shall say, our hand is high, and the Lord has not done all this, for they are a nation void of counsel, neither is there any understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they consider the latter end. And so he says, he continues on. It's really bad. And so he says, to my belongeth vengeance and recompense. Whatever, I messed that word up. Their foot shall slide in due time, for the day of the calamity is at hand, and things that shall come upon them make haste. For the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants. When he seeth their power is gone, and that there's none shut up or left, he will say, where are their gods, which did eat the fat of the sacrifice and drink the wine of their offerings? Let them rise and help you and be your protection. See now that I am he, and that there is no God with me. I kill, I make alive, I wound, I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. For if I whet my glittering sword, my hand taketh hold on judgment. I will render vengeance to mine enemies and reward them that hate me. I will make mine arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that of the blood of the slain and the captives from the beginning of the vengeance of the enemy. Rejoice, ye nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and he will render vengeance to his adversaries, and he will be merciful unto his land and his people. And so what I get from all that is, it's no bueno forsaking God. You only live in one place, and I believe it's Bible written. It's God's green earth. There's one God, and he's right here. Two or more gathered, he's right here. He knows you. Do you know him? Because he's sick of the way this world is being run, and I don't blame him. I'm watching what's going on out there. Never see anything like it. I don't think any of us ever have in history. And what they're doing to the future of our children, and the satanic agendas that are being pushed, that are everywhere. The whole world's upside down. We see it. And so what do you do about that? You write to someone and vote and say, I'd like you to change it. You drive your truck, your tractor somewhere, and you honk a horn. I don't know if any of that's going to do anything. But what I do know is this. Whatever tough times are coming, if you don't know God, because he knows you, but if you don't know God, well, then I don't see if you have any protection for what's coming. And so all I would say is this: is anybody listening to the sound of my voice, if you've ever enjoyed any moment of my shows, look into this. Please make a relationship with God. Check out any of the things that we talked about on this show. Do your own research. Don't allow people to tell you you're wasting your time. What's more important than figuring out why you're here or what your cause and if God's existing? What's more important? TikTok? They're turning our children into less than a fish memory with everything is just 2-second things or whatever. And so if you're wasting your time looking at these things, what can you do that's more productive? Are you growing food? Are you preparing for loss of water or power? Have you made friends in your community so that if you don't have the food and resources, you can, maybe trade with the person or make friends with them and build your own community? There's nothing wrong with partying. There's nothing wrong with watching YouTube. There's nothing wrong with any of that stuff. It's all important. But where are you spending the majority of your time and for what cause? So if anyone's listening to this right now that has questions, please look into it. Do your own searching. Don't have to pick up a book. You can go and talk to God tonight and go in your closet, shut the door where no one can see you, and talk to him. He's there. He's waiting. He's knocked. He's waiting for you to answer the door. So everyone listening to me, please, may the good Lord watch over you wherever you are right now. May he guide you with his peace, with his love, with his mercy, with his understanding, with his patience, with his forgiveness. These are all the things that we want God to do for us. And that's the same thing he wants from us to do to everyone else. The Bible breaks down to 3 things in my mind. Love God, know who he is, and love him. Love yourself because you're made in God's image. And then love your neighbors yourself. That's it. That's all the teachings. You can read the book. You can read the Bible. There's so much information in it. And if you're having a rough day, there's Psalms and things to make you feel better. There's a lot of great information in that book. Even if it's been Mandela'd and changed and books taken out, it doesn't matter. If you believe in the living God that I believe in, he can get his message through. I don't care what they do to that book. So, please, Lord, please, Father in heaven, watch over us. Guide us through these times. And the times that we can't see our way out of it, walk us through it. Carry us through it. Whatever it takes. We need you, Father, more than ever. So please, help us heal, help us find other warriors in Christ, and help us find the reason that we're each here, our own reason. And that's all I can ask. Thank you. In the name of Jesus Christ, I ask this of my Father in heaven. Amen. All right. There you go. How's that for?
Amen, brother. Just switch the audio back over.
I will. All right. For your listening enjoyment, we are going to play us out. What does that mean, to play us out? I'll write it and whatnot, right? It's an old reference. Anybody knows?
I got
who's
it.
All right. Okay, so one last time, it's Sting, and no, it's Levelhead to play us out. And I think, like I did last time, I don't know if I'll do the outro. I think we'll just let you guys be the outro, and then we'll roll credits. So thank you again. I told you I wasn't sure who was going to show up, but once again, Levelhead.
You named your dog after me, so you might as well make me your outro too.
Where is he? I don't even know what I have for that. I have no here. Ray. That's the one you're looking for. All right.
Got to reel this dude in.
We got to. But that's why you're there, because you are
Super Christian.
That's me.
Yeah, he comes over here like that. He's like, Disco Stew.
Nice. No, super Christian. All right, everyone. Thank you. God love you. Thank you for all being here. And with good Lord willing.
CFM.
Oh, it was my pleasure.
For your support and inviting us on the show. It's awesome, dude. Thank you.
We love being here as long as we can make it.
You bet.
We're doing it.
You're doing it. And thank you.
We made it happen. We made adjustments.
Thank you for my new intro. I'm thrilled with it, and it's gonna go. Yeah.
I'll probably
So
mirror this episode in like a week or two after you get all the views, and then just so I can have the intro on my channel.
sounds great. Well, I can always clip it. Well, I can take it one without the joke.
You
So
can
we'll try
email
that.
me email me the intro so I can like mirror it. I just want the song. Like, I like it.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Having said all that, thank you again for being here. I look forward to us meeting again on screen. And God willing, the Lord willing, we'll be here next Friday. And maybe I'll show up on someone else's stream if they are around this weekend. We'll see. So I hope everyone has a
Maybe you
wonderful
come on my
evening.
stream.
I would love to.
That would be awesome.
Send me a link whenever you're up, and I'll try to get on there if I'm available. Absolutely.
We'll figure it out. We'll talk about it.
All right. Well, having said that, to play us out one last time, it's Levelhead. Thank you again.
Thank you, everyone. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. It's blind now I see. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound, saved a wretch like me. Once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Sweet grace, how sweet the sound, save a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
There you go.
Wow. Wow, everybody. That was
How
that
was
was amazing. Can you let's see me put me back on here? Where are you? That was awesome. That was
pretty good. I enjoy it. I like
yeah.
that song. It's fun.
We've got, you know, we're working out the audio things, but it's pretty not bad for a StreamYard thing. I'd have to say.
StreamYard audio usually sucks.
Yeah, yeah. So, but wow, thank you all. That's about all I have. I'll put this out there for the people.
Class is dismissed.
Thanks again, everyone.
We're on a mission from God.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you all for being here. I mean, I have my outro, but there's no point. That song's, we're going to eventually, when you guys get that down to a studio cut, I'd love to throw that on my outro instead of my old one. So
We can probably make a studio cut in our sleep.
fantastic. Where is it?
Boom, baby.
What Ray means is like I could probably make a studio cut while Ray sleeps.
Where's Freddie when you need him? Damn it. There he is. That's fantastic.
That's exactly what I meant. He knows. He's smart.
He's wicked
Hey, we
smart.
had a blast tonight. Thanks so much, CFM.
Thank you. Thank you all for being
all
here.
the best to you. The weekend. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you soon.
Sounds great. All right, everyone. That's it. It's a wrap. I'm gonna hit the end broadcast. Thank you again for being here, and we'll see you next time.